Jiang Jue travels through the world of Xianxia and obtains the Destiny Deduction System. Observing other people's destiny, knowing their past and knowing their future can even change their fate against the sky. It's just that there seems to be a big problem with this system. No matter what he calculates, he has to truthfully tell the fortune-teller's destiny. On this day, he met the leader of the 10,000 demon kingdom, the Demon Lord.Tu Shanlan. Sir, you might as well do the divination for me. Fortune-teller, thousands of years later, you will be married and have 5 children. By the way, your husband-in-law is me. What the? The story begins, and we see Qin State, Luzhou, east of Qinyang City. Then we see a man talking about himself. My name is Jiang Jue, and I am originally a good young man in the 21st century. I don't know why I transmigrated to this world where there are demons, devils and immortals, but I also awakened to the providential system. This system allows me to see the past and future for others, but it needs to consume points, and I have to find treasures from all over the world to sacrifice to it, and I can only see for others, and even help others change their fate but not mine. Also, I think there is something wrong with this system. And then a man says to Jiang Jue, "Hey, fortune-teller, will I get married?" And Jiang Jue looks at that man and says to him, 10 copper coins. At the same time Jiang Jue is thinking, I'm just an ordinary guy, how can I obtain any treasures to feed this system? But the man says to Jiang Jue, "Are you sure? So expensive." And Jiang Jue tells him, "Hey, if I'm not sure, you just turn my stall upside down." Then the man gives the money to Jiang Jue and Jiang Jue says to him, "Okay, write anything you want." And that man has made a drawing of a turtle, and Jiang Jue is not saying anything after seeing it. Then the system tells Jiang Jue, the host wants to see the fate for Zhao Debao. It needs to consume 1 fate point. 0 years old, a baby boy born in the Nyoto village, his father, Zhao Ergen, named the baby boy Zhao Debao. 16 years old, Zhao Debao encouraged his buddies to peek at the widow's bath, and was hung from a tree by Lu's concubine, Zhao Ergu, and beaten with bamboo sticks. 30 years old, because of his bad reputation, no girl wants to marry him. 50 years old, Zhao Debao died in a disaster year at the hands of bandits, and he never married. After the simulation is over, do you want to change the fate and rededuce it? The rededuction needs to consume 10 points of Zhao Debao's merit. Zhao Debao's current merit 3. You can choose to spend your 100 points of merit to change his life, current merit 89539. And Jiang Jue is thinking, don't be ridiculous, I met a passerby by chance, how could I consume my own merit to change his fate? And the system further says you peeked at his fate, you can choose to hide the secret, reward, merit -100, 3 disasters and natural punishment. Or do you want to tell his fate, penalty for telling the truth, plus 10 merit points and one of the following punishments: 1 Zhao Debao's peeping experience, 2 Zhao Debao's blacksmithing skills, 3 Widow Lu's belly band. And listening to the system, Jiang Jue feels a bit strange, and at the same time he is thinking, what is this strange thing? I said the system is wrong. Ordinary fortune-telling is not to reveal the truth, only it forced me to tell the truth with people. Speaking will get me merit and special rewards. I do not say it will award me 3 days of punishment, death without burial. Then the man says, fortune plate, what's up? And Jiang Jue tells him, have you ever heard a frog chirping? Ha! Guquat widow, the marriage of wood. And as soon as the man hears this, he gets very angry, and picks up the table lying in front of Jiang Jue and throws it, and Jiang Jue is saying to him, this world's people, why are they so cranky? Then the system tells Jiang Jue, you have revealed the truth of the heavens and have been punished for it. For merit +10, Zhao Debao's blacksmithing skills. But Jiang Jue is getting very angry, and he is saying to the system, what about the remaining 2 options? Playing dead again. Forcing me to tell the fortunes of 3 people every day. The people of this world cannot let me take the initiative to find others to count, only to wait for others to come to me. In my truthful mouth, almost no one is looking for my fortune-telling. I can only go to the West City to try my luck. There are many foreigners, there is always a thought. Next, the scene shifts, and we see the rabbit demon, who is running very fast. Her name is Red Sandalwood. And while going ahead she is saying, I never thought that the secret treasure of the demon kingdom would be so easily obtained by me, and I never thought that the heavenly Demon Lord.Tu Shanlan was hiding such a secret. And as she looks down, she sees Jiang Jue, who is walking forward looking very disappointed. And the rabbit dame is thinking, just a subtle area of reasoning, not the usual half-word. So familiar? I remember, in the clan, the old ancestor had personally invited him into the ancestral land, and he was carrying this pair of cloth streamers in the bamboo basket. I remembered he was a fortune-teller. I didn't expect to meet him here. This is a great opportunity, not to be wasted. And Red Sandalwood comes directly in front of Jiang Jue and says to him, Please stay, mister, but Jiang Jue turns his head to the other side and tells her, You really got a lot of nerve to enter a human city in broad daylight. And as soon as Red Sandalwood hears this, she is shocked. Then she says to Jiang Jue, Can you tell my fortune, Mr. Xiao? At the same time Red Sandalwood is thinking, I'm the best at hiding my breath, and that's how I was able to steal the treasure of the heavenly demon lord. But now just face to face, he recognized the real body, and is really an expert, and Jiang Jue says to Red Sandalwood, It is very expensive. And Jiang Jue is thinking, This is clearly a demonic creature. To tell her fortune if I tell the truth, she will not only upset the stall, may I also lose my life. Motherfucker, this system has to let people come to me voluntarily to be qualified, and not give me the right to refuse, just want to play with me. And Red Sandalwood says to Jiang Jue, I know, please make a price. So Jiang Jue tells, 100,000 spirit stones. And Jiang Jue is thinking, It's not a small amount, and I hope she'll back off. And as soon as Red Sandalwood hears this, she becomes very shocked. And she is thinking, So expensive? Although I have reached the spiritual stage of demon cultivation, I also need 100 years of savings to save such a sum of spiritual stones. Mortal's man does not even know what a spirit stone is, he dares to open his mouth. I must have found the right person. Even the old ancestors have to be treated with courtesy of the divinatory master. 100,000 spirit stones is not expensive. Then Jiang Jue starts leaving this place, but Red Sandalwood stops Jiang Jue and tells him, Mr. Xiao, I don't know if this top-grade magic weapon, the red flame pearl, might be worth it. And Jiang Jue is thinking while looking at that thing, red flame pearls? How many points can I get for this? The 100,000 spirit stones I want can be exchanged for 20,000 heavenly fate points, and the system says the top-grade magic weapon, Red Flame Pearl, can be exchanged for 22,000 heavenly fate points. And Jiang Jue says to Red Sandalwood, Yes, you can write a word. And Red Sandalwood writes something on that paper and gives it to Jiang Jue, and she is saying, Thank you, sir, I'd like to calculate my future. And the system says, For calculating the fate of Red Sandalwood? This deduction needs to consume 10,000 destiny points. And Jiang Jue is thinking, yes. It's different for demons than for ordinary people, and the system is telling 0 years old. A rabbit was born in Kyokan Ridge, the land of 10,000 demons. At the age of 300, the rabbit absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, successfully transformed into a form and opened its wisdom, and named itself Red Sandalwood. And Jiang Jue is thinking, she actually stole the treasures of the Lord of Heavenly Demons. This original Lord of Heavenly Demons, is there such a secret? Then the system says, You have peeked at the fate. Do you want to reveal the secret penalty? Plus 1,000 merit, and one of the following penalties. 1. The Red Sandalwood Cultivation Perception. 2. The Upper Grade Yellow Grade Technique. Charmed Heart Technique. 3. Miscellaneous Books. Raiders Men's 100 Kinds of Insights. You peeked at the fate. Do you want to hide the secret? Reward, merit minus 10,000, 3 days penalty. And Jiang Jue is thinking, oh no, this means that I also know the secret of that day's devil master. That big devil is omnipotent. I'm afraid I will be implicated. And Red Sandalwood says, Mr. Xiao, what is my future? And Jiang Jue tells him, future? Huh! People who are about to die. What kind of future are they talking about? And as soon as Red Sandalwood hears this, At that very moment someone cuts Red Sandalwood's neck. Due to which Jiang Jue also gets very shocked, and blood splatters fall on Jiang Jue. Then when people see this, they get very scared. And those people are looking upwards, and someone attacks these people, due to which all of them are killed. And at that place enters the Demon Lord. And this happens, 10,000 Demon Kingdom Supreme Demon Lord.Tu Shanlan. Then the servant says to 'Tu Shanlan, Your Majesty, we have found it, and 'Tu Shanlan takes that thing. Next we see Jiang Jue, who is thinking, I'm really hurt by that rabbit spirit. He touched something of the heavenly Demon Lord and came to me for fortune-telling. What's even worse is that now in front of me is Heavenly Demon Lord.Tu Shanlan. And 'Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, since she is looking for Mr. Xiao for fortune-telling, why don't you tell me fortune-telling, how? But Jiang Jue says, what fortune-telling? I don't understand, I'm just a passerby. And tears start falling from Jiang Jue's eyes, and he starts running away. At the same time he is thinking, it seems that she came early, I should not have said that the people who will die cannot say that the system will not let me go on now. Well, the Lord of the Heavenly Demons is looking for me to tell her fortune. And as soon as Jiang Jue starts running away from this place, Red Sandalwood's servants come in front to stop Jiang Jue, then say to him, Your Holiness didn't say to let you go. And seeing those people Jiang Jue gets scared, and he says, Be a human being and stay on the line, so we can meet again in the future. And 'Tu Shanlan says, But I am a demon? And Jiang Jue says, Ah, yes, yes. In fact, my hexagram gold is very expensive, and 'Tu Shanlan says it doesn't matter, I have plenty of money. And Jiang Jue says, in fact, there are many taboos in spying on the secrets of others. And 'Tu Shanlan is getting angry and she says, Tell my fortune or die. And Jiang Jue moving the brush forward says, Please write a word. And 'Tu Shanlan takes the brush. And Jiang Jue is thinking, Alas, forget it, forget it. Whether it is the Lord of Heavenly Demons or the system, I can't refuse anyone, is dead or alive, let the heavens decide. And the system tells Jiang Jue, Is this a fate calculation for 'Tu Shanlan? This time you need to consume 100 million destiny points. And as soon as Jiang Jue hears this, he gets a huge shock. And he is thinking, 100 million? I've been here for 5 years, and it's the first time I've had to consume so many fate points for someone else's fortune. But I have saved a few heavenly fate points, but not enough for a fraction of that. By the way, this system of mine is to calculate the fate of heaven. The higher the subject's cultivation, the stronger the talent, the higher the future achievement, the more difficult the deduction will be, and the more heavenly fate points will be consumed. She is the Demon Lord, and her cultivation base and talent are among the best, that's why she wasted her points. And 'Tu Shanlan says, Can't figure it out? And 'Tu Shanlan is thinking, I thought he was a man of ability who could tell the life and death of her in one word. But now he sees the word kill, he's scared, so useless. And 'Tu Shanlan says to her servant, Kill him. And just as the servant is about to kill Jiang Jue asks 'Tu Shanlan to stop, and tells her, Who says I can't calculate? I am afraid that I can calculate, but the Lord of Heavenly Demons cannot hear. And 'Tu Shanlan stops her servant. Then she says, What do you want? And Jiang Jue says, If the Heavenly Demon Lord is willing to use the entire Demon Kingdom as my gold, perhaps I can. And 'Tu Shanlan says, Bluffing. Sword slave, kill him. And Jiang Jue stops him and says, Wait. Although the Lord of Heavenly Demons can't pay the money, I can calculate a corner of the future for you. The Lord of Heavenly Demons does not want to see what great achievements you made after 1,000 years. Don't you want to see if you are you still here after 1,000 years? And 'Tu Shanlan stops her servant. And she says, You can figure out what I'll be doing in 1,000 years? And Jiang Jue is saying, You can give it a shot. And Jiang Jue is thinking, Come on, let's see what she'll become in 1,000 years. 'Tu Shanlan insisted on my fortune-telling, because she wanted to know the secrets of herself. Anyway, when I was doing the fortune-telling for Red Sandalwood, I already had this secret. It's just, what do I say? If it's something bad, really say it. I guess she must stab me through the. And the system tells Jiang Jue, you have chosen to perform the fate for.Tu Shanlan. You have chosen to perform the fate after 1,000 years. This time you need to spend 1 million destiny points, and Jiang Jue says, pay in advance, 1 lower grade magic weapon, or 5 million spirit stones. Tu Shanlan then gives 1 million spirit stones to Jiang Jue. And the system tells Jiang Jue, 1,000 years later, Tu Shanlan is breastfeeding a baby in Xianxia Valley, and as soon as Jiang Jue hears this, he is shocked. At the same time he is thinking, breastfeeding? The supreme being of the 10,000 demon kingdom, the nightmarish demon lord of the human race. 1,000 years later, nursing a baby with a happy face? That murderous demoness? Who is it so capable? And the system further tells Jiang Jue, 1,001 years later, Tu Shanlan was having a headache with her eldest son's education. The little bastard didn't want to learn her way of killing, but had to learn his useless way of trigrams, which made her very angry. It's 1,002 years later, Tu Shanlan began to formally teach the practice of the second and third daughters, and was extremely satisfied with their talents. 1,003 years later, Tu Shanlan's 4 sons caught him enough when the 2 streamers that wrote only talk about the mysterious and subtle area of reasoning, not to say ordinary half a sentence false. She was very angry, obviously prepared the axe, hook, fork, sword, halberd and other kinds of divine weapons and spiritual treasures to beat him. 1,004 years later, the 5th child in the belly of Tu Shanlan still has no sign of birth this year, which makes her vaguely begin to worry. 1,005 years later. And Jiang Jue is thinking, there seems to be something wrong. And the system tells Jiang Jue, 1,010 years later, Tu Shanlan's husband, Jiang Jue, finally returned from the Yellow Springs to the Red Cloud Valley, which made her very happy. But while making out, her keen sense of smell picked up the scent of another woman on his body, and as soon as Jiang Jue listens to the system, he gets extremely shocked, and he is thinking, Tu Shanlan's husband, me? Fuck. I thought, who has such an ability to turn this wild demon lord into a mother, and willingly take care of the baby? It turned out to be me. It's all right. Then the system further says, stimulation ends. Do you want to change her fate? For calculating Tu Shanlan's fate again needs 1 million merit points, current merit points, 11.25 million. You can also choose to spend 1 million merits to change your fate. Your current merit points are 89539. And Jiang Jue gets surprised after hearing this, and he is thinking, I also thought if the future wasn't good I can pay some price to change the future in order to not be killed by this demon. More than 10 million negative points? What exactly has this demoness done to harm heaven and earth? How is it that she has not been killed by heavenly punishment? I have accumulated all these years of merit. Even a fraction of her life is not enough. Then Tu Shanlan says, Mr. Xiao, did you figure it out? And Jiang Jue is thinking, it's over. If I said the truth, it is 100% sure that I'll be killed by her subordinate right now. And the system tells Jiang Jue, you have piqued the fate of heaven. You can choose to conceal the fate of heaven. The reward, merit 1 million. 9 heavy thunder punishments to death. You have piqued the fate. You can choose to reveal the truth. The penalty, merit plus 100,000, and one of the following punishment. And Jiang Jue is thinking, usually calculating the fate, chooses to hide the secret, although the punishment is 3 disasters and natural punishment. But the system did not say that it is inevitable death. But this time, the system clearly said, you can't get it through, you're fucked. And the system says, 1. Tu Shanlan's parenting experience, 2. Miscellaneous book, 10,000 ways to train your husband, 3 half jade pendants, and Jiang Jue is thinking, and what the fuck with these 3 rewards? No way, choose the 3rd one and take a gamble. This mortal half jade pendant without any fluctuation in spiritual power, for some reason has a breath and also hides a secret of Tu Shanlan. With this pendant you can ask one request, she'll not be able to reject it. With this jade pendant, I'm saved. And Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, why is Mr. Xiao silent? Are you lying to me? Then Jiang Jue says, congratulations to you. And Tu Shanlan says, what's the matter? So Jiang Jue says, 1,000 years later you'll become a mother 4 children and there's still one in your belly. The eldest son is wise and intelligent, learning the numbers of the 8 trigrams, the 5 elements of yin and yang. The ancient and modern matters are in the palm of his hand. The second and third daughters, the twin daughters, are born with amazing talent. They know the power of the gods and the way of killing and destroying. They have the talent to be the best in the world. The fourth son is young, not cultivated, but born with the appearance of the innate saint, innate holy body without dust, born with heavy pupils, 5 immortals to protect the body, 5 ghosts to open the way. All immortals are transmitted to the incense. The fifth son is still in the womb, but there is the innate purple chi contained in the fetus. The imperial dragon vein often looks back. This is the face of the emperor. And as soon as Tu Shanlan listens to Jiang Jue's words, she starts getting very angry, and she starts releasing her powers. Then she says to Jiang Jue, "Do you know the price of talking nonsense?" And Jiang Jue says to Tu Shanlan, "If I talk nonsense, God will hate me." And as soon as Jiang Jue says this, there is thundering in the sky. Then Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, "In that case, you may tell me what kind of man I am willing to bear and raise children for him." And Jiang Jue laughingly tells Tu Shanlan, "Oh no, it's me." And hearing this, Tu Shanlan gets angry, and her servant also gets more angry, and he says, "Bold, one of the..." Then Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, "Mr. Xiao, I'm afraid your calculation is wrong." But then Jiang Jue shows Tu Shanlan to Jade. Then he says, "Whether the calculation is true or false, it's not up to you to decide, and also take a look at this item." And Tu Shanlan gets surprised after seeing Jade and she says, "Why did you have this item?" And Jiang Jue says to Tu Shanlan, "I heard that the holder of the jade can make the Lord of Heavenly Demons promise one thing unconditionally. Is this true? Even if you want the Lord of Heavenly Demons to marry me, you can do it." And Tu Shanlan says, "True," and Jiang Jue is thinking, "Even get married?" Then Tu Shanlan starts touching Jiang Jue's cheeks and says to him, "When I look at you closely, you're really handsome. However, your fortune is inaccurate." And Jiang Jue says to Tu Shanlan, "Why did you say that?" And Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, "Because I will take you back with me to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to get married. But I only promise to marry you. On the wedding night I'll kill you. But your date of death is within this year, so you say your hexagram is definitely not accurate?" And Jiang Jue tells me, "I just took the jade pendant and asked, I did not intend to make this wish. Please give me back the jade pendant. I will think again." And at the same time Jiang Jue is thinking, "Gone. This woman doesn't talk about martial arts." Then Red Sandalwood says to her servant, "Sword slave, servant slave, bring him back to the kingdom of 10,000 demons." But then Jiang Jue talisman takes out. Then he says, "You demon, whoever marries you is unlucky. If I gain merits and virtues in the future, I will definitely change my fate to this calamity. Goodbye." And that talisman, using this, Jiang Jue disappears from this place. And when Tu Shanlan sees this, she is very surprised. And then she says, "His talisman? Is that the old dragon's method?" This fortune teller was able to get the old dragon of Sun Moon Lake to draw a light-preserving talisman for him. Who is this divine being? And the servant says to Tu Shanlan, "Lord, do you want me to capture the person back?" And Tu Shanlan says, "Save his life and bring him back to the 10,000 demon kingdom." At the same time Tu Shanlan is thinking, speaking of which, the red sandalwood who stole my jade soul orb, is that old dragon's command, right? What are their intentions? And the servant says, "The devil lord is going back to the lord of 10,000 demons?" But Tu Shanlan says, "Let's go." "No, go to Sun Moon Lake." After this the scene shifts and we see Wei State, Tianan Mountains, Yuhua River, and at this place Jiang Jue falls on the waterfall from above. Then he comes out of the waterfall, and is saying, "Whoops! How unlucky! My talisman. After staying in the Sun and Moon Lake for half a month, it was hard to get from the old dragon. This is the only one I didn't expect to use today. Tu Shanlan, you just wait for me to become invincible. I will definitely not let you go." However, according to the results of the system's divination, Tu Shanlan will marry me in 1,000 years. She also gave me 5 children, which is not a bad way to get revenge. No, that is the Lord who kills without blinking an eye. Forget it, it's really not worth it. I'd better try to accumulate some merit and change this fate. But where am I? Look inside. Maybe there's a treasure there. Half a month later. Jiang Jue is moving very fast sitting on the tiger, and he is saying, finally, it is almost a high open tenant mountain ridge DP. I didn't expect that the old dragon's 10,000-mile traveling talisman would bring me to a place outside of Wei State where there was no one around. This Wei State is so close to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. I do not dare to go back. Do not let the demonists catch me. And the tiger is asking Jiang Jue, where are you going next, sir? So Jiang Jue says, I'd better go to Qin State instead. I don't have a boat to bypass the Yuhua River, but Tiger says, don't worry, sir, I have a way to help you bypass the river. And Jiang Jue says, really, thank you, brother Tiger. At the same time, Jiang Jue is thinking, this half a month is really not bad. Who would have thought that there is a forest here? There's a few spirits who have developed spiritual wisdom and Taoism. Not only did I successfully complete the 3 fortune-telling tasks every day, but I also got such a big treasure. Then the tiger says to Jiang Jue, sir, thanks a lot for calculating our destiny for us in this half a month. I am grateful to you for letting us know that a righteous God will come out of this place in the future. Everyone wants to give you a ride, why don't you agree? So Jiang Jue says, there's no need for doing such efforts. When the upright God appears in the future, as long as you do more good deeds, you will surely become an incense god who protects one side and enjoys one side's incense. And Jiang Jue is thinking, this group of beasts is not stupid. If I did not calculate the Tianan mountain ridge will come out a god, these mountain beasts can be contracted, and eventually enjoy a party of incense. They will not give me so much face. And the tiger is saying, I don't even know who the master is. This is the secret, and the secret must not be revealed. This is the secret, and the secret must not be revealed. And Jiang Jue is thinking, this positive God I have not counted. Maybe it's not born yet. I can come back to see it in the future when I have avoided the wind of Tu Shanlan. After some time, Jiang Jue is speaking to the tiger, that's it, you go back. But then water starts flowing in the air, seeing which Jiang Jue gets surprised, and he says, the river is dangerous, even with a boat, I'm afraid it cannot cross. Brother Tiger, you really have a way to let me bypass the river? And the tiger starts roaring. Then we see that because of that the water starts forming like a tornado, and Jiang Jue also starts facing problems due to this. And we see that something starts coming up in front, seeing which Jiang Jue becomes even more surprised. And a very big turtle comes to that place, and that turtle says, who dares to disturb the old man Xianxia? And Jiang Jue is thinking, looking at that big turtle, he speaks human language, and already refined the crossbone in its throat. It seems to be a monster with profound knowledge. Then the turtle further says, I heard a fortune teller come to the mountain these days, and he also enlightened many spirits and monsters in the South Mountain. But sir, I don't know what to call Mr. So Jiang Jue says, my surname is Jiang. And the tortoise asks, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? And Jiang Jue is saying, it turns out that you want to cross the river. It's just a trivial matter. An old man is willing to give you a ride across the river. It's rare for an expert to come to me with this, and I would definitely want to make a good relationship with him. In that case, I won't be polite. Brother Tiger, let's meet again later. After some time, we see that Jiang Jue is moving forward sitting on that big turtle. And that tortoise is asking Jiang Jue, where do you want to go, Mr. Jiang? So Jiang Jue says, Qin State. And Jiang Jue is thinking, I don't dare to go to Wei State for now. Then the tortoise says, Mr. Jiang is going to Qin. Is there something urgent? So Jiang Jue says, nothing urgent, I just want to travel all over the world. But the tortoise says, well, I'm advising you to not go Qin State these days. So Jiang Jue asks, why? Then the tortoise says, since Mr. Jiang calculates fortune, why don't you see the current situation of Qin State? But Jiang Jue says, is it better to wait and keep flowing with time? And Jiang Jue is thinking, how can I understand these facial features? Look at Qi, 6 Rin and 6 Lions. My fortune-telling are all calculated by the system. Fate of destiny. Okay? And the turtle says, what you said is right. And Jiang Jue is thinking, it is true that this way of divination is a way of harming oneself, and there are many taboos for peeking on the secrets of heaven. And the tortoise tells Jiang Jue, the Qin state was fine a few years ago, although the ruler of Qin state isn't an eloquent and strategic master, but also a middle-of-the-road master. With the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Dragon King of Shanghai, everything was smooth. However, 7 years ago, the ruler of the Qin state took a fancy on a witch, and in order to bring her into the palace, for her he abolished the queen. He became addicted to wine, ignored taxes and many other things. Inside the palace he built the forest of meat and the pond of wine, which is comparable to a fairyland. Well, Qin state is not what it used to be, hidden dangers are everywhere. If it's not urgent, I'd better suggest to not go. Then Jiang Jue says to the turtle, thanks for your reminder, I'll keep that in mind. At the same time, Jiang Jue is thinking, this giant tortoise is really enthusiastic. He also drove me across the river and kindly persuaded me. However, the Yuhua River still has to wave. After all, it is the state of Wei that goes back. This country of Wei is bordered by the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It is more likely her people looking for me in the Wei state. There's not a chance to go back. Then this turtle asked me a lot of irrelevant questions. I feel that they want to ask something but are embarrassed to ask. Half an hour later, we had already reached the river. On the way ahead, Jiang Jue sees some monsters, seeing whom Jiang Jue gets surprised, and says, these monsters are not ordinary, why did you gather them here? And the tortoise says to Jiang Jue, sir, don't be afraid, these monsters are disciples and grandchildren of mine. I just heard that Sir forecasts the future of wild spirits in the Tianmen mountain, so I also want to ask for a chance. If the master doesn't like it, then I'll let them disperse. And Jiang Jue becomes happy after listening to the turtle. Then he says, it's okay, we met each other by fate, but the fate I calculated may not be as expected. And Jiang Jue is thinking, after counting, I didn't complete my daily see 3 people's fate, it looks like I've to rely on them. Then the tortoise says, since Sir has no problem, then I'll not be polite, please calculate my fate. And Jiang Jue was thinking, I thought why would he want to help me to cross the river without any request? He finally said his request. And the turtle is saying, don't blame me, sir. I know that this is a sudden request, but there's one problem that has troubled me for most of my life, and it's rare to have such an outstanding master as you. That's why I don't want to let this opportunity go, but worry, master. I traveled this river for more than 1,200 years, and there are some treasures I happen to have, which can be regarded as a token of fees for calculating the fate. And Jiang Jue says, I don't know what problem you're facing. So the tortoise says, since my enlightenment, I practiced 1,200 years. I always did good deeds and virtue, and never did any kind of evil things. On both sides of Yuhua River have many of mine ancestral hall, all of which are taken care by the villagers spontaneously built, which can be regarded as incense. But 1,200 years of accomplishment I didn't made any breakthrough in my cultivation base, and my vitality and blood begun to lose, but there's not a sign of my breakthrough. What I'm asking is there a chance for me to transform into a dragon? Jiang Jue is thinking after listening to the turtle, something is wrong. If this turtle is going to transform into a dragon, he probably has some dragon-like features on it. Apart from his big size, there aren't any features of the dragon, obviously not found at all the side of the dragon. There is a bad feeling. Then Jiang Jue says to the turtle, I'll tell you in advance that my divination is not cheap. At the same time, Jiang Jue is thinking, based on my experience of calculating destiny for so many years, I'm afraid that his destiny calculation won't be very good in case it is not satisfied with the result. I won't be able to beat 12,000-year-old monster, and then I'm still riding on his back. And the tortoise says to Jiang Jue, just say it, sir. And Jiang Jue is thinking, it's really strange, why every person who asked me about divination is so rich. Then Jiang Jue takes out something. And the system tells Jiang Jue, is this destiny calculation of the Blackback General of the Yuhua River. This calculation needs to consume 30,000 fate points. And after listening to the system, Jiang Jue is thinking, 30,000 fate points. 30,000 spirit stones can actually be exchanged for 60,000 fate points. However, foretelling fate, it needs to be doubled. Then Jiang Jue says to the turtle, disclaimer in advance, the no. If days are determined by the sky, if the calculation is not good, spirit stone is not refundable, still want me to count. And Jiang Jue is thinking, this divination is very expensive. Although I collected some treasures all over the years, I really don't have that many spirit stones. Then the tortoise takes something out of its mouth and gives it to Jiang Jue. Then he says to Jiang Jue, is this 1,000-years-old sapphire washed seed holy fruit enough for you? And the system tells Jiang Jue, the wonderful item, sapphire washed seed, can be exchanged for 80,000 fate points, and Jiang Jue becomes happy after holding that thing. And Jiang Jue is thinking enough. Now, there is no excuse for rejection. Then the tortoise says then please do my divination. And the system starts telling about the tortoise. At the of 0, a turtle was born in Tiannan Mountains Yuhua River. At the age 60 years, he accidentally ate a sapphire lotus, and accidentally opened his wisdom, and named himself Black General. At the age of 200 years old, in Yuhua River, he devoured the blood of living beings and made rapid progress in cultivation base. At the age of 500 years old, he will be guided by the senior to wash away evil technique. After that he began plunder mortals of Wei and Qin state. A group of human races built a prostitution net. At the age of 800 years old, the little dragon of Taiqing River passed by the river of Yuhua, found out Black General's evil deeds and shot him in anger. Fortunately he escaped, however he injured his foundation and his cultivation became difficult to progress. At the age of 1,201 years old, he once again tried to transform into a dragon but failed. After that he collided with the concubine of Qin state and began to plunder the refugees of human race and refine the blood pill. At the age of 1,204 years old, he will meet a human fortune master, hoping for some advice. But the fortune teller's word made him angry and wanted to put the fortune teller in the bottom of Yuhua River and suppressed him for 1,000 years. Later he was rescued by an expert. The incense in the shrine will punish this turtle and died. And Jiang Jue is thinking, it's no wonder that after 1,200 years of cultivation, there is still no dragon transformation. It doesn't dare at all. It has been using the incense of the obscene shrine to cover up the secrets of the sky and avoid the catastrophe. How can it survive the catastrophe of transforming into a dragon? And the system further says, you pique the destiny. Do you want to hide the secret? You will be rewarded by the -30,000, 9 karma heavenly punishment. Or you want to tell the truth, penalty, merit plus 3,000, and one of the asterisk following penalties. 1 you will get his incense of evil deed technique, 2 blood pill refining technique, 3 his water controlling technique. And hearing this Jiang Jue is thinking, incense and fire becomes the way of God. Is originally the righteous way, but Wubei will be practicing in the temple of obscenity. And its perception may be very strange. The method of blood pill sacrifice and refining sounds like an evil method. TSK, the only option I can choose is supernatural power, the art of water control. And the tortoise asked Jiang Jue, Sir, am I able to transform into a dragon? So Jiang Jue says to the turtle, you may have underestimated my ability to tell fortunes with a body full of murder? You're really brave. And the turtle says, Sir, I only asked about my transform. I didn't tell you to see my other things, however you received the money. And the tortoise is thinking, how did he find out my real identity? All these years, in order to avoid the little dragon of Taichang River, I have kept a low profile. I have never seen this person, so how did he find out? Could it be that this person reached the peak of divination, so calculated it? And Jiang Jue says to that turtle, opportunity to transform into a dragon? Since you are asking for an opportunity to transform into a dragon, then I will give you this opportunity. Dragon transformation tribulation. Do you dare? And hearing this the tortoise says to Jiang Jue, what do you mean by these words, sir? So Jiang Jue says, I'm going to sacrifice my own merit in order to transform you into a dragon. And the turtle says, I kindly carried you to cross the river. This is how you repaid my kindness? Are you all human cultivators such heinous and treacherous people? Jiang Jue starts using his power, and he is saying, Disciple Jiang Jue, please pay homage to Xiantian Lei Fa Tianzuan. Today I heard that the old tortoise of the Yuhua River, Blackback General, has been cultivating for more than 1,200 years, accumulating virtue and doing good, hard work. Xiantian Lei Fa Tianzuan, the legendary Ortho and Ofti in charge of thunder and punishment. Good boy, I have good intentions for you, but you really dare to do that. And the turtle is surprised to see the lightning and is thinking, he really knows how to summon lightning. Who the fuck is he? Then suddenly the tortoise attacks Jiang Jue, but Jiang Jue starts using his power, and he says, the gods are above, and the merits and virtues belong to me. You little people, how dare you harm me? And then the tortoise stops, and he's thinking, I can't eat him. Huolong Jia was invited by him, if you eat him at this time, I will surely. And Jiang Jue is about to use his power on the tortoise, and is saying, good people have their own rewards. Those who are evil will have their own punishment. Take this. Ha ha ha, General Black, didn't you ask me for a divination? Here today, you will be buried under the calamity of the dragon. The way of heaven is clear, and the retribution is not good. And Jiang Jue jumps over the turtle, and lightning starts falling on the turtle, due to which a very dangerous movement starts happening at that place, seeing which Jiang Jue also gets scared. But we see that the thunder lightning is stopped by the turtle's shield. And now the tortoise has started getting very angry, and he is thinking, these incense are my accumulation for hundreds of years. I never thought I would consume so much now, but if I can just survive the dragon transformation tribulation, then everything will be worth it. The kid is surnamed Jiang, I'll take this opportunity. Then the tortoise looks towards the sky and says, the only way to survive this tribulation is to directly face it head on. Not good. And Jiang Jue is speaking to the turtle, the way of evil is also the way of the incense of obscene shrines, which is forbidden by our generation. Disperse. And Jiang Jue attacks the tortoise. At the same time he is thinking, phew, this golden light is originally made from my virtue and merit to get rid of evil concubines. And due to Jiang Jue's attack the turtle's shield breaks. But the turtle makes a strange attack, due to which nothing happens to it. Then Jiang Jue says to the turtle, my Millennium Incense, without the protection of the Millennium Incense Shrine from obscene Shireen, how can you deal with this tribulation? And the tortoise is thinking, this tribulation becomes a punishment from heaven, I must eat. And then the tortoise attacks Jiang Jue and says to him, Jiang Jue, even if I'm going to die, I will definitely not let you be like this. And Jiang Jue is surprised to see the turtle attack. But then he jumps into the water, and the turtle is laughing and saying, ha ha ha, these blood arrows already locked your chi, you can't escape anywhere now. With the surname Jiang, with you on my back, the old man will be happy when he dies. And a huge explosion occurs at that place. Few days later, on the border of Qin State, Yuhua River. Then we see a boy, who is a prince, and he is thinking, a few days ago, the Yuhua River suddenly flooded, and it damaged more than half of fertile land. The most fertile lands along the Yuhua River this year, the flood happened just when the seeds were planted, and the fields were destroyed and the peoples are in a very difficult situation. After the flood, the ensuing suffering of refugees is inevitable. But right now this isn't important. The important thing is how much food is still in the treasury. If the food inside the treasury is not enough, then there's really gonna be a famine. At that time, the Qin state will become a hell on earth, and it is very likely that people are easy to eat would happen. Come to think of it, ever since that demon girl entered the palace, the Qin state has been in chaos. Is it really true that when a country is about to perish, there must be evildoers? And then a man said to the prince, we picked up a man from the boat. He seems to be alive, but it looks a bit strange. We obviously picked him from the river, but his clothes didn't wet at all. Then they take Jiang Jue to a room. After some time, Jiang Jue regains consciousness and gets up. At the same time he is thinking, where am I? Am I on a boat? Did someone pick me up from the river? And then Jiang Jue feels something, and takes out his treasure from him. And when he sees that his treasure is broken, he becomes very sad, and he is thinking, sigh. My backup treasure broke like this. Ever since I was traveled to this world, my cultivation speed has been very fast. Even those disciples from the immortal sect can't compare to my cultivation speed, but these days I don't know how, but I always meet some highly skilled opponents. In addition to this broken system, the boss who wants to cut me down is definitely much more than the other big bosses who have good intentions for me, so I always chose life-saving treasure as a reward. Even my power is to escape. It's easy for me. Phew, I barely escaped. That old tortoise is really regarded as a great boss with thousands of years of cultivation. The blow he gave before he died smashed my life-saving treasure. I still have all the tails, no loss. But why do I always have a bad feeling? I'm not in some kind of crisis that hasn't been solved yet, am I? It's not because the old turtle's death blow has left me with some internal injuries, right? I didn't find any injury on my body? Then why? There is always a premonition of impending disaster? By the way, what day is today? And then the system tells Jiang Jue it detected that the host didn't do any divination for 3 days, and the minor tribulation is about to come. And Jiang Jue gets shocked after listening to the system, and he is thinking, I was in a coma for 3 days. Fortunately, it was just a minor tribulation. No, I can't survive this tribulation. I'm an 8th grade formation building realm small cultivator. Even if I have some means, I don't have the guts to face this tribulation. Calm down, calm down. I know this day will come sooner or later. That's why I already found out the way to avoid tribulation. And the way has merits. Even if it is tribulation, the merits will lower down the tribulation a lot. And the other option is to cultivate an incense method, just like that old turtle relying on incense to avoid the tribulation. It's just that this incense method is an evil method, and there's many disadvantages. And if it is the orthodox way of incense, it needs to go through sealing the god position. Once the god position is achieved, there will be an extra layer of shackles, and it is not that simple. Over the years, I have accumulated lots of merits from fortune-telling. This tribulation is way too hard to pass in the water. Moreover, I also consumed a lot of merits in order to invite the Taoist righteous god, Xiantian Lei Fa Tianzuan, for that old turtle. Then the system starts increasing Jiang Jue's merit points, and seeing this Jiang Jue gets surprised, and he is thinking, why is it still increasing? And the system tells Jiang Jue, the host gets 5,000 merit points for punishing black generals. The merit has reached 100,000, descended from the heaven, supernatural powers are self-performed. Congratulations to the host for opening the heavenly eyes, and comprehending supernatural powers, insight chi technique. And when Jiang Jue is looking at the system panel, Prince arrives at that place, due to which Jiang Jue and Prince clash with each other. And Jiang Jue is thinking while looking at the prince, he looks rich from the first look. Flat? Why does this guy look so pussy? I thought it's a woman in the disguise of a man. It looked like I misunderstood. And Jiang Jue says to the prince, thank you son for saving me. I still have something to do, so let's just leave it alone. And Jiang Jue is thinking, the doom is imminent, so I don't care about many labels and greetings. And Jiang Jue starts leaving this place, and seeing him going, the prince's elder says, young master, this man is really rude. You were kind enough to save him, but he was so to you. And looking at Prince Jiang Jue, he is thinking, this person is quite miraculous, and must not be taken lightly. Then the prince says to the elder, let's follow him and see. And as soon as Jiang Jue looks towards the sky, there is still lightning in the sky, and Jiang Jue is thinking after seeing this thing, the minor tribulation is not a thunder tribulation, but 3 tribulation like frugality, hunger, sickness, disease, sword, soldier. The 3 days of minor tribulation is not as powerful as killing people in an instant, but it is like maggots on the Tarsus, making life impossible and death impossible. And when the prince sees the thundering happening in the sky, he gets very shocked, and he is thinking, WTF is this? Just a moment ago the sky was clear, but why raining all of a sudden? The recent flood hasn't subsided yet. Another rain. The newly built dam may not be able to handle it, this year's harvest. Then Jiang Jue jumps from the ship, and seeing this thing the prince becomes even more surprised, and is thinking, this man just got out of the water, why going again? And the elder says to the prince, young master, look. He's walking on water. And seeing this, the prince also becomes very surprised, and when the prince looks ahead, he sees a bright light, due to which he is not able to see properly. We then see Jiang Jue, who uses a heavenly eye, which causes a third eye to open above his forehead. And he is thinking, this is chi luck. If I can find the treasure land of hidden dragon, feng shui, then I can use the hidden dragon feng shui to cover the sky and avoid this small 3-day calamity. This world is really unpredictable. The land of hidden dragons is way too hard to find. It's a pity that this place is far away from the Sun Moon Lake. I'm afraid even my friend won't be able to help me. Although I didn't find the hidden place of the dragon, at least I am able to find a better feng shui place for my grave. But then Jiang Jue feels something, and when he looks back, he sees a bright light, and seeing it Jiang Jue says, huh? Such great luck. After this the elder is speaking to the prince. The young master accepts virtuous people. If this person is a helper, it will definitely become a great help to the young master. Do you want to send someone to bring that person back? And the prince says, forget it, it would be unpleasant to force such a person. And then Jiang Jue boards the ship again, and seeing him come in front of the elder prince, he says to Jiang Jue, young master, be careful. And Jiang Jue says to both of them, hello, we will meet again. Sometime after this, Jiang Jue is saying, this strong man, look at your face is not bad, how about I tell you your fortune? I can calculate anything you want to, don't you want to try? But that man is speaking, no, we don't dare to mess with you. And they run away from Jiang Jue, and Jiang Jue is saying, bah, a bunch of ignorant things. And then the elder says to Jiang Jue, Mr. Jiang, if they see your divination, they would not avoid you like this. Then Jiang Jue greets the elder, and the elder says, Mr. Jiang has only been here for a few days, and you almost completely offended every person on this ship. And Jiang Jue says laughingly, divination is like this, and I'm just telling the truth. And the elder says, oh, the most difficult thing to listen to in this world is the truthfulness of the words. If you are not good at calculating people, you might as well be polite. Then Jiang Jue says, only talk about the mysterious area, and don't talk about the ordinary half-sentence. Don't persuade the Taoist priest. And Jiang Jue is thinking, I really want to be like those charlatans who talk to people in such a cloudy way that I can't tell whether it's good or bad. But there is no way. I must tell the truth, or I will be punished. And the elder says, the young master wants to meet you. And Jiang Jue says, oh, is he back from? Then I'll go and meet him now. And Jiang Jue is thinking, half a month has passed since I survived that tribulation, and thanks to this young master, I'm safe and sound standing here. Although I wasn't able to find the hidden dragon place, I got some luck. It looks like I have no choice but to stay close with this prince, until I have the ability to pass this tribulation. Then Jiang Jue goes to the prince and says to the prince, is the prince's problem settled now? And the prince says to Jiang Jue, well, sir, have a seat. And Jiang Jue says, these days, I'm collecting this young master. This person can be a moment of luck, naturally not ordinary people. He is the son of Emperor Qin's brother, the identity is the Prince of Qin, a person under the 10,000 people above. He has a reputation as a wise king, and likes to associate with people of ability, and has countless followers. Originally, he was an idle prince in his own peer, but the king of Qin's state had been ignoring the government for years, so he was asked by the Grand Minister to supervise the country, and temporarily live in daily life. And his current visit to Yuhua River is also to calm the floods. These days, people often complain to me about his bad-mouthing when he tells fortune, also his pitiful eyes just now. Could it be? And the prince is saying to Jiang Jue, since Mr. Jiang is unwilling, then forgets it. And Jiang Jue says to the prince is generous. And the prince says, actually, I just summoned you now because I have something that I want to tell you. My business here is finished, and I'm going back to Xianxia. So would you like to come with me, or you want to leave? And Jiang Jue says to the prince, if you don't mind, I'd like to make a living next to you. And Jiang Jue is thinking, I still need your luck to avoid the tribulation. how can I leave you now? And the prince says, of course not, that's the only good news these days. Then Jiang Jue says, I've been wanting to ask you, since I entered I've noticed that you have a stagnant air on your brow. Is something bothering you? And the prince stands up and then he says to Jiang Jue, it is nothing but the hand of disaster relief. The money and food allocated by the court is far from what I expected. I know that the food is being transported and eaten by people and horses along the way, so there must be losses, but the money will never be lost? The imperial court allocated 100,000 silver to me, but I only got 30,000 to 40,000 taels. Where did the rest of the money go? This time when I return to Xianxia, I want to ask the imperial court. And listening to the prince's words, Jiang Jue is thinking, Qin state really has something wrong, and it seems to be more serious from what I imagined. The ruler was so feckless and unscrupulous, and the officials in the court were probably not so clean either, and the disaster relief alone shows how serious the corruption was. It is true that the upper beam is not correct, and the lower beam works. Speaking of which, the Yuhua River flooded this time because of me. If I do not do anything, the karma of the living creatures will have to manage my head's share. When the merit is damaged, it will be finished. I still hope to accumulate some merit and virtue to cross the tribulation. And Jiang Jue says to the prince, Prince, do you know the reason for this sudden flood? And the prince says, Sir, you know? So Jiang Jue says, the young master sits down, and I'll tell you the whole story slowly. In this Yuhua River, lived an old turtle named Black General. And hearing this the prince says, this old demon is really evil. No wonder there are always innocent people missing along the river in all these years, so he was the one who was behind it. This kind of evil, how dare they try to seal the emperor to turn into a dragon? And Jiang Jue is thinking, why did she avoid talking about the demon princess of Qin? Then the prince says, Sir, how do you know these things? And Jiang Jue tells, the old turtle once carried me across the river, and one happened to find these things by chance. And the prince says it turned out to be a coincidence. At the same time the prince is thinking, is it really such a coincidence? That old turtle is a 1,000-year-old demon, how can he talk about his evil deeds with others? The first time I saw Jiang Jue, I fished him out of the Yuhua River. And Jiang Jue further says, wait, just said that the old turtle suddenly crossed the dragon robbery. But he also said with certainty that the back of the crow will die undoubtedly. Seems that the old fish died under the sky robbery, and Mr. Jiang must be related. And the prince says, you are really a powerful person. And Jiang Jue says, what you are worried about is just money and food, so I will do this as a token to help you. And hearing this the prince says, how can I let you spend money? And Jiang Jue says laughingly, haha, I have nothing. If you expect me to provide money and food, I am not able to do so. And the prince says, Mr. Jiang thinks. Then Jiang Jue whispers in the prince's ear, so many years, the old turtle has abducted a lot of people from the Wei and Qin state for the purpose of cultivating incense in the shrine, and raised them in the Tiannan mountains. There is also food, and it has been accumulated over the years, which is enough to meet the urgent needs of the young master. The old turtle served under the heavenly punishment. The cave in the water will have no master. The cave has accumulated 1,000 years of treasures converted into silver money, to buy food from the gentry along the river, but also enough for the disaster relief. And as soon as the prince hears this, he becomes very happy and he says, this is a very good method, Mr. Jiang. This is 1,000 years of merit. And Jiang Jue says smilingly, I don't know if I can get into the eyes of the young master if I use this to vote for the name certificate below. At the same time Jiang Jue is thinking, those grains and treasures are all that I have seen throughout the life of the Black General when I calculated its destiny. I didn't expect it to be handy at this critical time. And the prince places his hand on Jiang Jue's shoulder, and says to him, I thank Sir on behalf of the people of Qin. In this way, the people will be saved. Without further ado, let's go. After this the scene shifts and we see Tu Shanlan. And Tu Shanlan's servant is saying to her, Master, below is the Sun-Moon Lake. Then Tu Shanlan says to the dragon, come out, old dragon king. And we see a golden dragon, which transforms into human form. Then he is saying, run, it turns out that the Lord of Heaven wants to meet me. The old dragon, Aoshuan, has seen the Lord of Heaven, but I don't know what brings you here. And.Tu Shanlan shows Jiang Jue's picture and asks the dragon, did you happen to see this person? And looking at Jiang Jue's picture, the dragon is thinking, isn't this person Jiang Jue? Then the dragon said to Tu Shanlan, this man's name is Jiang Jue, and he came to me to borrow some books for half a year, and we also had good conversation, so we were regarded as friends. By any chance is my friend offended by the Lord of Heaven? And.Tu Shanlan says, what if I am offended? So what if I am not offended? So the dragon says laughingly, can the Lord of Heavenly Demons give the old dragon a little pace? And.Tu Shanlan says, what if I don't give it? And the dragon says with a serious look, if the Heavenly Demon Lord insists, that is also my little friend's fate. However, if the Heavenly Demon Lord wants to deal with him, I'm afraid it will not be easy. And.Tu Shanlan becomes serious after listening to the dragon. Then she says, are you threatening me? Then the dragon turns back, and says to Rina, it's not that I want to protect my little friend, it's that my little friend is extraordinary. If the Heavenly Demon Lord wants to touch him, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of karma. He is the great power. When great power comes, the sky changes. And listening to the dragon's words, Tu Shanlan is thinking, the words have a hidden edge. This old dragon over the years immersed in gossip and studies, this talk has also become incomprehensible. And.Tu Shanlan tells the dragon, that's good, only an extraordinary person is worthy to be my husband. And as soon as the dragon hears this, he becomes very confused. Tu Shanlan is talking to the dragon, since you are familiar with this little divination master from the human race, do you know his origins? And the dragon says, it cannot be said or said. And.Tu Shanlan asks the dragon to explain, then the dragon tells, Lao Long's hexagram study was not accurate, and he could not figure out its origins. He could only calculate that 5 years ago, there was no such person as Jiang Jue in this world. And the servant whispers into Tu Shanlan's ear, could this Jiang Jue be an immortal from heaven? And the dragon is speaking, he who can jump out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements is a truly expert person. Then Tu Shanlan says, where did the immortal come from in this world? At the same time Tu Shanlan is thinking, I didn't care much about this little human trigram master, but I didn't expect Ao Xian to think so highly of him. After this the scene shifts. And we see Jiang Jue, who is going somewhere in a horse cart. And then he sneezes and he's thinking, who is scolding me behind my back? Forget it, with my mouth, there have been many people scolding me behind my back, and now the horse carriage stops. And some people are saying, in front of Mr. Jiang is Xianxia City. We have arrived at the right place. And Jiang Jue starts looking outside and saying, I have been sitting on the carriage for 4 or 5 days, and I am almost stupid. It's strange that there are no pedestrians or carriages on the official road in the capital of a country in broad daylight. Logically speaking, the emperor's feet are the most prosperous place, and there should be many carriages and horses, but there shouldn't be. Eyes of heaven, open! I want to see what the fate of the capital of Qin is like. This is true, and Jiang Jue sees that a red dragon is flying in the air over his country. And Jiang Jue is surprised to see this. But then that red dragon is looking at Jiang Jue. And seeing this, sweat starts falling from Jiang Jue's forehead. And he is thinking, is it looking at me? No matter how weak the Qin state is, there is no shortage of monks in the country who are more powerful than me. It must be a misunderstanding. I am not even a native of Qin, how could I attract attention to the fate of the country? So should I enter Xianxia City? The national destiny of the Qin state has obviously been extremely weak, and it is feared that the country's collapse is imminent. I heard that there is a demon concubine causing trouble in the palace. If I enter Xianxia City and work as a retainer next to the young master, I am afraid I will be involved. But what should I do if I secretly leave the Shaosen disaster? For a while, I couldn't find another person who would be willing to lend me my luck once it came my way. That's all, let's go into the city. People should not be unlucky all the time. When the great master is unlucky, I will just run away. Then as soon as people see the prince, some people start saying, the young master is back in town. Thank you for your hard work, sir. And Jiang Jue is looking ahead and thinking, I just said that when the young master was about to enter the city. Why did he not ride in a horse-drawn carriage but ride a horse? However, the young master is indeed a rare person who does practical things. The queen has been personally involved in the disaster relief work this time, and she is a very good person who works hard. After some time, Jiang Jue reaches the prince's palace. And he is looking around, and thinking, over the years, I have been to many places that are rare for ordinary people to see, but this is the first time I have entered the prince's mansion in the human world. Then the prince says to Jiang Jue, if your husband likes it, just take it. And Jiang Jue says to the prince, how can I win the young master's love? And the prince is saying to Jiang Jue, my husband and I don't want to be so outspoken, just take it if you like it, no problem. I will go to the palace tomorrow to see the Holy Spirit. This time, the floods can be quelled, Mr. Lai. Complete your husband's contribution to the country. I will go to the palace tomorrow to ask for an official position and title for him. But Jiang Jue says to the prince, no, don't. I'm used to wandering around in the clouds and wild cranes. I may wander around again one day. It is absolutely impossible to become an official in the court. But Jiang Jue is thinking, just kidding, the Qin kingdom is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't it be foolish to become an official in the DPRK at this juncture? What's more, the place where factions fight in court is so dangerous. It's still important for me to survive. Then the prince says to Jiang Jue, since my husband has said so, I won't force it. But Mingji enters the palace, and I would like to ask the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty. If their hearts were cut open, how many of them would be black and how many would be white? And Jiang Jue says to the prince, young master, the hearts of good and bad people are all red. And the prince says to Jiang Jue, in any case, if there is no Mr. Qin this time, I am afraid that Qin will not be able to recover in 5 years. Then Jiang Jue says, it is also because of this incident that I can see the corruption matter clearly. This matter must be investigated strictly. I understand that after entering the palace, I will go to the Grand Master to discuss it. And Jiang Jue is thinking, after the tribulation is over, I have to hurry up. And Prince says to Jiang Jue, what do you think, sir? And Jiang Jue says, the young master is right. Then the prince says, it seems that my husband really doesn't like this matter in the court, and it's me, Meng Lang. Mr. Zhou, sir, you have been working hard from traveling, so please go and rest first. I will prepare a banquet for you in the evening and please give me your respect. And Jiang Jue says to the prince, thank you for your consideration, sir. Then Jiang Jue starts leaving this place. And as he is going ahead, the elder from the front enters the room. Then the elder says to the prince, I've seen the young master. May I ask Mr. Jiang, what do you say? And the prince says, it seems that Mr. Jiang's ambition is not in the temple. And the elder says to the prince, young master, Mr. Jiang is an ordinary person, but he doesn't show his magical powers around the young master. We don't know where he came from, so please be careful, young master. And the prince looks towards the sky and says, I see. After this we look at night time. And many people gather in the hall, and the prince is speaking to them, don't be constrained by yourselves. Thank you very much for sharing my worries. And Jiang Jue is also present in this banquet party, and he is having fun. At the same time he is saying, why are there so many people? Are the 300 to 500 people in this palace all the young master's disciples? After accepting so many freeloaders, isn't this a real ripoff? Then an elder says to Jiang Jue, naturally, the prince has 3,000 disciples under his command, but most of them are in the fief, and not all of them followed the prince to Xianxia. And Jiang Jue says to that elder, how can there be so many talented people in this world? At the same time Jiang Jue is thinking, but aren't I just eating free food next to the young master? If you are still a soft rice, don't talk about others. Even though there are so many people and I can rely on the master's luck to hide the secrets of heaven and deceive the heavenly catastrophe, I still have to complete the daily target. It's just right, it's enough. After this the scene shifts, and now Jiang Jue is sleeping in his room. But then something red starts approaching Jiang Jue. And that thing goes inside Jiang Jue's mind. Then that thing starts calling Jiang Jue. And Jiang Jue opens his eyes in his inner space. At the same time he is very surprised, and is saying, I'm still here in a dream, or already awake? And then the same red dragon arrives at that place, seeing which Jiang Jue gets surprised. And Jiang Jue is asking that dragon, who is he? But that dragon is not saying anything to Jiang Jue. Then after a while, Jiang Jue learns something about him. And Jiang Jue is thinking, Qin's national destiny? It turns out that it was indeed watching me at that time, and it was not my illusion that it is now looking for me in a dream? Then he says to Dragon Jiang Jue, Sir, please don't be alarmed. I am the result of the fate of the Qin state, and I am not a monster. And Jiang Jue is saying, why did the red dragon enter the dream? And the red dragon is speaking to Jiang Jue, please help me, sir. Then Jiang Jue says to Dragon, how can I save a country's fortune as a mountain cultivator? And the dragon said to Jiang Jue, Sir, I was humble. On that day on the Yuhua River, Mr. Yuhua River punished evil on behalf of heaven. I saw it with my own eyes. I did not intentionally peek into the territory of Qin state. I know all the matters by myself. Sir, don't be surprised. It's okay, no problem. Your husband is a man of great merit, and I appreciate his extraordinary qualities, so I took the liberty of coming here to ask for your help. And Jiang Jue is thinking after listening to the dragon's words, this Qin country's national destiny is quite good at flattering people. And the dragon says further, Mr. Jiang, who has countless entangled lines of cause and effect, is all a rare lucky person. But this person himself has no cause and effect and is not in the three realms. He jumps out of the five elements, and has the appearance of an immortal. If you don't take action, I'm afraid that Qin will be destroyed soon. Please remember the common people of Qin. And after listening to all the words of the dragon, Jiang Jue is asking him, you asked me for help, but how can I help? So the dragon tells Jiang Jue, the state of Qin was in such a state of decline all because of the evil concubine who entered the palace and confused the king's mind. And Jiang Jue is asking the dragon about that demon, what is the origin of that demon concubine, so that she can shake the foundation of a country. And the dragon tells Jiang Jue about that demon. The demon concubine's roots came from the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and she was a jade stone, the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. And Jiang Jue is thinking, I'm afraid my future child, his mother-in-law Tu Shanlan, is still looking for me everywhere. Forget it, I don't want to think about this anymore. Then Jiang Jue says to the dragon, what kind of cultivation is that demon concubine? Are you actually unable to do anything about the fate of your country? And the dragon says to Jiang Jue, she came to Qin to survive the catastrophe of heaven and earth. And Jiang Jue is thinking, cultivation is done against nature and must go through various calamities. As for demon cultivators, it is rarer than humans to experience the two catastrophes of earth and heaven. The demon cultivators who can endure this level of cultivation are as strong as the powerful human beings. This is not something I, a small 8th level monk in the foundation building realm, can mess with. Affordable. And the dragon says to Jiang Jue, I also know that Sir is in a dilemma. I don't want to ask Sir to take action to eliminate the demon. I just have another thing to ask Sir. And listening to the dragon's words, Jiang Jue is thinking, now that the red dragon is in a dream, I don't know how to leave this dream, so I can only listen. Then Jiang Jue says to the dragon, just tell me what's going on. But I'm really weak and I'm afraid I can't help you. And the dragon says to Jiang Jue, only Sir can help me in this matter. Now that the leader of the country has lost his virtue for a long time, I know that Mr. Shi is an expert in Bagua, and so I invite you to choose another Ming leader for Qin. These two things were delivered to Mr., and the dragon takes out 2 treasures from his mouth. And Jiang Jue gets very surprised after seeing her. And the dragon is telling Jiang Jue, this jade seal gathers the dragon veins of a country, and the person who holds this seal will be the future master of Qin. Please, Sir, take care of it. If you meet a wise master, entrust it to him. This is a judgment of crime, an arbitrary decision to waste karma in this life, beheading the faint king from above, and beheading the evil king from below. If the king of Qin is not a king, It is a matter of destiny to kill him. Nowadays, the king of Qin State is immoral and immoral, so I can help you, sir. This thing is a must. And looking at those two treasures, Jiang Jue is thinking, does this mean that the fate of Qin is in my hands? This is too tricky. Then the dragon says to Jiang Jue, giving these two things to my husband is not forcing him to agree. If you don't want to help, sir, it's Qin's destiny. If you are willing to help, I am willing to give you half of Qin's national fortune. From now on, Qin will be your Qin, and you will also be the pillar of Qin. And the dragon uses its power, and leaves Jiang Jue's inner space. And then Jiang Jue wakes up, and his head is hurting. But when he looks in front of him, there are the same two treasures lying near him, seeing which Jiang Jue is thinking, I am just an 8th grade monk, not even a native of the Qin state. Why did the Qin state's national destiny entrust these two things to me? Doesn't that make sense? Just because I punished that Yuwajiang old turtle? Or is it because I am good at hexagrams? So what did Chiron see in me that made him make such a desperate decision? Give half of the country's destiny to Mr. From now on, Mr. Qin will be the pillar of the country. I just wanted to use the young master to avoid the misfortune of my mistress. Why did this happen to me? It's all bullshit. If the king of Qin knew that I had these two things, he would have to cut me off or make me peel off my skin. There is also a demon concubine whose cultivation level is at least the earthly evil realm. Ah! So annoying! But the red dragon said it would protect me from disasters. Now I really no longer feel like my energy is being locked by the tribulation. It seems that it didn't lie to me. Now that the misfortune of my mistress has been resolved, I no longer need to rely on the master's luck. Can I run away now? Instead of risking his life and staying in Qin, it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be nice to find a corner of a chair where no one can find me, and stay there for 1,000 years until I have the strength to push Tu Shanlan down on the bed and spank her? Throat, it feels really bad to eat someone's soft mouth. That's it, just do your best. But once danger is felt, it's not my fault. It shouldn't be a big problem to run away immediately then. I have the experience of successfully escaping from the Demon King of the 10,000 Monster Kingdom. These two things cannot be seen by others and must be hidden. If I want to fulfill the mission of Qin State's national destiny, I need to meet other royal family members of Qin State. However, with my status, I am afraid that no one may see me even if they come to ask for an audience. Let's just let it happen. Half a month later and we see King Qin Wuju in Qinan. And there is a very beautiful female at that place. The jade essence of the 10,000 monsters kingdom has Su Xian. And Su Xian is saying, who made the king so angry? And the king says to Su Xian, who else could it be? Since I am a widower, I am a good, younger brother, Qin Nasi Si actually attack the people with the Grand Master in the court hall. No one is allowed to build a leopard house. In the Qin state, are they the kings, or are they the kings? No matter what I do, I still have to look at their faces. It's so deceiving. And Su Xian said to the king, don't worry, your majesty. This leopard house is just a joke. If you don't build it, it won't be built. Why embarrass your majesty? And the king says, if everyone was as considerate and reasonable as my beloved concubine, they would die without regrets. And then a maid comes to that place and the king says to that maid, what's the matter? And the maid tells the king, King Chimu and two people outside the camp wanted to see the empress, so they sent a token. And after listening to the maid's words, the king says the empress presents it. Concubine, what's wrong? Then the maid gives the present to the king, and Su Xian is saying to the king, your majesty, my concubine's family is here. I will come as soon as I go, my concubine. And the king says to Su Xian, oh? Then invite me quickly. After this the scene shifts, and we see that Tu Shanlan's servant has come to that place. And Su Xian is greeting that servant, and she is saying, there is the Su family who has met Lord Xianxia. And the servant says to Su Xian, I haven't heard this title for a long time, Xianxianjun. Now in this world, without Lord Xianxia, only the Demon Lord Demon Xiajin serves as the sword's slave. Although your excellency has been defeated by the heavenly Demon Lord, the heavenly Demon Lord is an immortal figure. Even though your excellency has been defeated, he is still glorious and his illustrious reputation remains. I have admired this concubine for a long time. When I saw you today, I felt frightened. I just don't know why you are looking for this concubine. And Su Xian is thinking, the two groups of human beings and monsters have signed a treaty with the Xianxia River, as the boundary since ancient times, and they will not invade each other. Now that I have entered the Qin kingdom, I have violated the precepts. I am afraid that the devil will order me to go back. If that's the case, I won't be willing to do it. Now I am facing the calamity of earthly evil, and the only way to overcome the calamity is to take the luck of the dragon vein of this dynasty. Otherwise, I will definitely die. I can't leave. Then the servant says to Su Xian, don't worry too much, you still can't enter my lord's Dharma eyes. I'm looking for you today to ask for your help in finding someone. And Su Xian says to the servant, my lord, I just hope that if the person you are looking for is in the Qin kingdom, I will turn the Qin kingdom upside down and find it for you. And the servant shows Jiang Jue's picture to Su Xian and tells her, this person's name is Jiang Jue and his cultivation level is unknown, but he escaped with his life from the Demon Lord. And as soon as Su Xian hears this, she gets very shocked and she says, escaped with your life from the Demon Lord? At the same time she is thinking, what kind of cultivation would it take to be able to escape with one's life? The land of the two races of humans and demons can only be counted within 5 fingers. Why have I never heard of such a person? And the servant is saying to Su Xian, he borrowed the talisman from the Dragon King of Sun Moon Lake, so his own strength may not be that high. And Su Xian says, I see. And she is thinking, the Dragon King of Sun Moon Lake is the oldest demon sage in the 10,000 demon kingdom. People often compare him to the Demon Lord, but no one can compare him with his strength and weakness. After all, he never competes for power. This Jiang Jue must have a close relationship with the old dragon if he can obtain its talisman. If you can befriend such a person, how weak can you be? And the servant further says, although this person's cultivation level is unknown, he has some supernatural powers. The appearance in the portrait may not be accurate. Maybe it is normal for him to have changed his appearance and walk around the world. And Su Xian says to the servant, sir, do you have the mark of this person's spiritual consciousness? And Su Xian is thinking, a monk's appearance and body can be changed, but the mark of his spiritual consciousness will not change unless all 7 souls and 6 souls are changed. And the servant says, no, but this person knows it well and is good at hexagrams. When I was doing divination for others, I used to put up a pair of commentaries that only talked about mysteries and nothing ordinary. Then Su Xian says, sir, is that all? And the servant says, only these. And Su Xian is thinking, how can I find someone with only this information? Although there are portraits, there are countless magical powers and spells that can be used to change one's appearance, and a cultivator knows how to use them both. As for that batch of words, it's even more of a joke. What if the hexagram master is changed? The only truly useful information is that the other party is a divination master, and is good at fortune-telling. And Su Xian says laughingly, the concubine knows. At the same time she is thinking, with these messages, trying to find the other party is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After sending this great god away, just pretend you didn't hear about it. Then the servant says, if we can find this person, my lord will grant me a place in the 10,000 demonic abyss. And hearing this, Su Xian gets a little surprised and she says, sir? Seriously? These words, and the servant says to Su Xian, what my lord himself said is no joke. And Su Xian is thinking, if I could enter the 10,000 demonic abyss once, and no longer have to worry about the double calamity of heaven and earth, I would definitely become the Demon King. This Jiang Jue must be found no matter what. And Su Xian is talking to the servant, please rest assured, sir, that I will do my best to find and beat this person. Then the servant says that would be the best. If I find Ginger, I will crush it and I will know immediately. And Su Xian says, yes, my lord. And the servant is thinking that Jiang Jue is not necessarily in the Qin kingdom, but may be found in the 3 kingdoms of Wei, Qin, and Zhao. I have already been to Wei State and now to Qin State, and I will go to Zhao State immediately to ask the demon clan of Zhao State to help find Jiang Jue, and after this the scene shifts. And the king is saying to Su Xian, my beloved concubine, I am in a good mood when I see you, but is it because you have met your mother's family? Wrong, why don't you see my beloved concubine and your mother's family? I still want to meet you, and Su Xian says to King, Your Majesty, it's just that my mother's family asked someone to send me a letter from home. After delivering it I left. Your Majesty, can I ask you a favor? And the king says, my beloved concubine only mentions it, and everyone agrees. So Su Xian says recently, I have often dreamed that an immortal taught me the magical elixir. I want to refine this elixir for the king. It's a pity that I don't know the Qi elixir technique. Can the king recruit some experts from outside the country to help refine the elixir? And the king says, immortal in dream? What did the immortal say? And Su Xian says, Your Majesty, the immortal said that this elixir can make your Majesty happier. And the king starts laughing and saying, Ha ha ha, do ye I fei. Then Su Xian says, Your Majesty is so kind. By the way, I also want to invite some hexagram masters who are good at Bagua Yi to interpret my dream. And the king says, It's just a trivial matter, so I let others do it. After this the scene shifts. And we see Jiang Jue, who is going somewhere, and he is thinking, nowadays life has settled down, and the people who eat like Changban Compass have been reorganized. I have to find a suitable place to tell fortunes at a divination stall. I thought there were many people in the young master's house, and 3 a day would be enough for me to last for a year and a half. Reality. I didn't expect that everyone was afraid of me in just a few days. But it's a fact that no one in their family will be able to have a good death in the future. To tell the truth, do you blame me? People nowadays really can't afford to be hit. A true warrior who dares to face a bleak life. It seems that there are no warriors among the people around the young master. I once looked up to the young master, but I looked without the appearance of a golden eagle. So I always avoided deducing her destiny. Combined with the results of deducing the fate of the people in the house these days, we can see that there are 3,000 guests in the house. Among the guests, there are even old farmers from the countryside. In the eyes of others, they are just a joke. But I'm afraid that the young master is trying to deceive others. There are a group of truly talented people hidden among these guests. The secrets of these people are not enough for my eyes and ears. From this point of view, this young man's plans are not small. It's just that she has no appearance of a golden eagle. Some eagles are birds and dragons are scale insects. How can a long eagle transform into a dragon? Looking at all the people who come to her house, Tianming throats, the future is not optimistic. Now that I no longer have to worry about the 3-day calamity, is it time to leave? If there are many people here, choose this place. I'm lucky, but I have no companions, so here I am. And Jiang Jue sets up his shop and sits down, and some people are looking at Jiang Jue. And seeing them looking at him, Jiang Jue is thinking, what are you watching? Haven't you seen a handsome guy? Then a man says to Jiang Jue, Taoist priest, close the stall quickly, it's not a busy place. And Jiang Jue says to that man, old man, how do you say this? Could it be that the government doesn't allow a divination stall to be set up here? But the man says, leave from here quickly. And Jiang Jue is thinking, what happened then? Just then 2 soldiers come to Jiang Jue and say to Jiang Jue, get out of the way, get out of the way. Are you telling fortunes here? And Jiang Jue says to those 2 soldiers, sir, I don't know where the divination stall is allowed to be set up, so I'm going to leave now. I also asked the official to make it easier. And Jiang Jue is thinking, in this world, the king of hell is easy to meet and the devil is difficult to deal with. Let's spend money to eliminate disasters. Then a soldier says to Jiang Jue, you are quite sensible. And the second soldier is looking at the picture and saying, this person does not look like the one in the portrait. He is probably not the Taoist priest named Jiang Jue that the imperial concubine was looking for. Let me see. And Jiang Jue is thinking, Jiang Jue? Are you looking for the princess? Isn't she that demon concubine? Let me go. She is from the kingdom of 10,000 demons. She is definitely not up to anything good when she comes to me. She must be related to the demon lord of that day. But even if you are looking for me, you don't have to paint me so ugly, right? This is no longer human. It really doesn't look like it. Later I learned that one of the portraits Su Xian got looked quite like me, but that was how it was when someone repainted it. Then the soldier says to Jiang Jue, a little Taoist priest, let me ask you, what is your surname, and where do you practice? And Jiang Jue says to that soldier, Zhang Daoling, who practiced cultivation in Longhu Mountain, was just a traveling alchemist. Then the second soldier says, Longhu Mountain, never heard of it, and Jiang Jue is thinking, you must have never heard of it. I guess I can get through it. Then the soldier says, take it away, and as soon as he hears it from Jiang Jue, he gets shocked. And he is thinking, you've already received the money, and yet you're still like this. Then the soldier says this. Now the emperor invites the world's enlightened people to enter the palace to refine the elixir. It's your blessing to invite you to come. Don't toast or eat as a penalty. And Jiang Jue is looking at those people and also thinking, what kind of, please, is this? I rarely took a trip to the street, and I unexpectedly encountered this unthinkable disaster. Hurry up, these little shrimps can't stop me anyway. And Jiang Jue takes out the talisman, but when he sees it in front, he gets shocked. And then both the soldiers tie him with a rope. And the soldier is saying, error? What are you doing, sir? What nonsense! Go now! And Jiang Jue is being taken along with those prisoners. And Jiang Jue is thinking, if it weren't for saving you, I would have run away. Then Jiang Jue says to Taoist Cui, Taoist Cui, what a coincidence. You were also caught leaving your house today? Why don't you reveal your identity? And Taoist Cui says, it's useless to be bright. The palace sent people to the palace to visit the guests, but more than half of them were arrested. And I was invited by name. And Jiang Jue is thinking, this Taoist Cui is like the chief steward of the young master's house. He assists the young master in handling internal and external affairs and is invited by the palace by name. Isn't this a slap in the young master's face? And Taoist Cui is telling, the emperor's alchemy refining this time may seem absurd, but I'm afraid his intention is for my lord. Mr. Jiang must remember not to expose his relationship with the young master to ensure safety. I understand, it's just, and Jiang Jue is very surprised to hear Taoist Cui's words, and he is thinking, the demon concubine sent someone to change Taoist priests into the palace to refine elixirs in Xianxia City. She wanted to find Jiang Jue by name, but she used this matter to go to the prince's mansion. Did she know that I was in the prince's mansion? Or is it just a coincidence? Then a soldier is saying, who is Taoist Cui from Prince N's mansion? Your Majesty, please come. Then they reach near the palace. And Taoist Cui is coming out, and he is looking back at Jiang Jue, and at the same time he is thinking, be sure not to reveal your identity. I know. Then a maid is speaking to them, and the empress has ordered that all Taoist priests be invited to the palace to help refine the elixir. Please go to the back garden and listen to Hope. And the maid is taking them to another place, and she is saying, this will loosen everyone's ties, and Jiang Jue and those people are opened up, and Jiang Jue is thinking, this palace maid is a demon, and her cultivation level is still low. I can tell that there must be experts in the civil and military affairs of this Manchu dynasty. Can't you tell? And the maid is using her power, and Jiang Jue is thinking, or did you say you saw it but didn't dare to say it? It seems that the demon concubine really covers the sky with one hand. Then the maid opens the way to a cave and is speaking to them, come in, everyone. Don't try any tricks, just come with me. And they all start going inside the cave. And Jiang Jue is surprised to see that place, and he is thinking, there are strict restrictions here, so it's not that easy to escape. I thought that I couldn't find the demon concubine, but when she came back to see Wei, I automatically sent her to my door. Is this such a good thing? But what to do? After this the scene shifts and we see the prince, and he is speaking to a minister. I would like to ask my father-in-law to inform you again. And the minister is speaking to the prince, Your Majesty, please be at ease. Your Majesty has many things to do every day. He is busy handling state affairs and may not be able to finish it in a while. If your majesty cannot wait any longer, you can go back first. And the prince is thinking, this is where the emperor and I grew up together, and my mother is still here. It was only after the emperor's brother ascended the throne that I left the palace and opened a mansion, and I have never been here again. At that time, I didn't expect that I would be occupied by that demon concubine now. This jujube tree at that time, the emperor was not like he is now. He studied scriptures diligently and learned the 6 arts of a gentleman, and he treated me very well. My father didn't allow me to go up the tree to pick dates, so he climbed up and picked them for me. The empress invites the prince into the palace now. This jujube tree has been chopped down by the demon concubine Yusu to make tables and chairs. My brother and our love is no longer what it used to be. And the prince also sees Su Xian and is thinking, this enchanting concubine has been in the palace for so long that I didn't know that she was also proficient in music and could play the piano with such great skills. And Su Xian said to the prince, I had just acquired this piece of music, so I was not familiar with it, which made the prince laugh. And the prince is saying, I heard that the empress received a teaching from an immortal in her dream and invited all the Taoists from all over the world to come to the palace to refine elixirs for her? And Su Xian is saying, did the prince also hear about it? And the prince says, today, the royal guards entered the palace and kidnapped my retainers. How could I not hear about it? And Su Xian is saying, oh, it seems that this is the case. The visitors to the prince's mansion are mostly strangers with extraordinary abilities. The refining of the elixir this time will surely go much smoother with the help of the guests of the prince's mansion. Just talking about the concubine named Cui Taoist Master Tianin Mountain Baiyu who is beside the prince. It would be difficult for a 5th-grade Zhou Tian realm monk to find a few such masters even if he searched all over the Qin kingdom, right? And the prince is thinking, even among my disciples, few knew the identity of Tao Cui, but she unexpectedly revealed it. Has she found out about me? And Su Xian extends her hand towards the prince and says to him, I heard that the prince is proficient in music, and I happen to like it too. How about the prince teaching me how to play the piano? And the prince says to Su Xian, are you humiliating me? And Su Xian says, why did the prince say that? I am asking for advice with an open mind. This may mean that I let him go when he was in a good mood. And the prince says, are you serious about letting him go? Then Su Xian says, today, the prince teaches me how to behave, and I will let Master Baiyu leave the palace with you. And the prince says, okay. Here comes someone at the same time the prince is thinking, there is not even a single maid in the Chuxin palace. There are only Su Xian and I in the entire palace. Then Su Xian says to the prince might as well put it into the account and not have to ask anyone to bring the piano over again. My harp is one of the 10, Phoenix Tail. How can an ordinary harp have such a sound? And the prince says, okay, then I will take credit. And the prince is thinking, what was she trying to do with this look? But there's nothing to be afraid of. And the prince starts coming forward and Su Xian is thinking after seeing the prince, did he get in so easily? Is he really calm and happy, or has he been attracted to me for a long time and wishes he could be like this? And then Su Xian catches the prince and says to him, the sheet music is here, but the prince pushes Su Xian away. And we see that Su Xian Ismail is doing it. But then something starts happening to the prince, and Su Xian holds the prince, and she is saying, I know that you, a wise king, don't approach women in concubine, so if you are not prepared, why would you let me come? This incense burner is dyed with aphrodisiac fragrance, so I'm not afraid that you won't be emotional. He is a handsome person, but unfortunately he always makes things difficult for me. I blew my pillow away from your brother, and he was reluctant to kill you. This time, I helped him make up his mind. Why is this young man's body so light and as light as a woman's? I heard that this wise king is not flirtatious with women, wouldn't I? Damn it, how could she really be a woman? How could she be a woman? I originally wanted to seduce her, but even if the seduction failed, I would always succeed by framing her. Then I would let Qin Wujun kill her. But what to do now? Qin Wujun must know that she is a girl. Don't think I can't deal with you like this. And then the maid comes to that place, and she says, someone come. And Su Xian is saying, what do you hope for? The more ugly and disgusting it is, the better. And the maid says, yes, Empress. After this the scene shifts, and we see Jiang Jue, who is sitting at that place, and he is thinking, if it is what Cui Daoang said, it seems that many of the disciples in the prince's house have been arrested this time. But I didn't see those people along the way. It seems they are not locked up here. However, the demon concubine is looking for me by name. These retainers are just friends with me. If they recognize me, they might sell me. The demon concubine will definitely do something bad when she comes to me, so I have to be on my guard. Then Jiang Jue says to a man, this Taoist priest, I would like to change clothes with you, okay? And the man says, yes, of course. And Jiang Jue is thinking, is there such a good thing? The silk and satin he wears can be used as a lot of silver. Then Jiang Jue changes his clothes and goes to the soldier and says to him, I want convenience. And the soldier looks at Jiang Jue for a while and says to him, go quickly, go quickly. And Jiang Jue starts going ahead, and as he goes ahead, he starts smelling a very bad smell, and he is saying, I go. It stinks to death. But Jiang Jue takes out a pill from him and eats it, and he is thinking, don't care. And as soon as Jiang Jue eats that pill, his entire appearance changes, and he is thinking, alive, don't shiver. Compared to saving your life, being dirty and smelly is nothing. Then Jiang Jue starts moving forward, and he is looking here and there. And he is thinking, now, even a young master will definitely not recognize me, not to mention the hangers-on who have only met me a few times. And then a maid sees Jiang Jue and says to him, you stop, turn around. The palace maid being sought, then Jiang Jue looks back and says to the maid, hey, miss, are you calling me? And the maid says to Jiang Jue, shut up and come with me. And Jiang Jue is following the maid, and he is thinking, I probably didn't reveal my secret, otherwise she would have called people to arrest me. Then Jiang Jue says to the maid, hey, little sister, what are we going to do? And the maid says to Jiang Jue, don't ask, it's a good thing anyway, a huge good thing. And Jiang Jue is thinking, what exactly does she want to do by finding a pickpocket? A man must not have made up his mind, so he might as well find an opportunity to slip away. Then the maid says to Jiang Jue, wait here. And Jiang Jue is thinking, since there isn't even a guard here, run away. But then Jiang Jue feels something, and we see that something is staring at Jiang Jue, and Jiang Jue feels this thing, and he is thinking, such a strong aura, my energy has been locked. Then someone says to the maid, you have found a wonderful man. Take him there. And Jiang Jue is thinking, the one who was so angry could only be the demon concubine. The aura was so powerful, but luckily she didn't recognize me. And the maid says to Jiang Jue, follow me. And the maid asks Jiang Jue to go inside, and the maid kicks Jiang Jue's buttocks and sends him inside. And as soon as Jiang Jue goes inside, he is thinking, the door is locked, what on earth do you want? What does it smell like, so fragrant? And then something starts happening to Jiang Jue, and Jiang Jue is saying, there's something wrong with this fragrance. Could it be that the demon concubine wants to pull me into bed to warm me up? This sounds familiar. And as soon as Jiang Jue looks at the curtain, he sees the prince. And Jiang Jue gets very shocked after seeing her. Young master? Then we see the prince, and Jiang Jue is looking at the prince and saying, she usually wears men's clothes and you can't tell that she is a beauty. This love poison is so powerful that she can hardly bear it anymore. That demon concubine is really poisonous. He gave her a scent and even found someone to ruin her innocence. Please bear with me, sir. Everything I do next is to save you. I have a life-saving device on me that is just right for the current situation. But before that, I had to untie the cloth and take a drop of blood from her finger. Why is this cloth so tightly wrapped? Untied. I'm so exhausted. Then Jiang Jue falls on Prince's hand and is checking Navis. And as soon as Jiang Jue holds the prince's hand, the prince gradually starts regaining consciousness. And he opens his eyes, and Jiang Jue gets a little shocked to see the prince conscious. And Jiang Jue is not able to say anything, and he is thinking, it's so big. Doesn't it hurt when I wear it normally? And then the prince catches Jiang Jue and is looking at her lovingly, and saying, "Come on. Come on." And Jiang Jue is telling Prince to remain quiet, but Prince makes Jiang Jue quiet. And the Prince is looking at her very lovingly, and is also touching her. But don't know what is going to happen with Jiang Jue now? Prince is no longer completely in control, but then Prince touches some private part of Jiang Jue, due to which Jiang Jue is saying to Prince, "Wait, you can't touch there. After all, I am a man. If you keep doing this, I will no longer be a man." But then Prince becomes unconscious again, and Jiang Jue takes out a pill from him, and Jiang Jue is saying, "Young master, this is Miaojiang poisonous poison. It was given to me by Yixiangho. This poison is so poisonous in adulthood that no one except the 4th grade Xiankun realm can withstand it. However, when this voodoo is young, it can swallow hundreds of poisons in the world. I will use this voodoo to detoxify the young master's love poison. To use this goo, I need a drop of your heart blood to feed it, master, so that it can enter your body without hurting master or you." And Jiang Jue is using his power, and as soon as Jiang Jue touches the prince's back, the prince regains consciousness. And the prince is very surprised, and she is thinking, "I was not teaching that enchantress how to play the piano just now." Then Jiang Jue says to the prince, "Young master, please close your eyes and concentrate. I am saving you, don't think too much." And the prince is thinking, "Is it Mr. Jiang? Why is he here? Forget it, sir, he is not a bad person and will not harm me. Let's just listen to him for now." And Jiang Jue is healing the prince and saying to him, "Open your mouth." And Jiang Jue puts a pill in the prince's mouth, and the prince is thinking, "The dizziness in my mind slowly disappears. That feeling of thinking is gone. I just feel a little weak." And the prince is saying, "Mr. Jiang, you and me," and as soon as the prince looks back, she becomes very shocked, and she says, "Are you really Mr. Jiang?" Then Jiang Jue uses his power and returns to his original form. Then he says to the prince, "Something happened, so I put on a little disguise." And looking at Prince Jiang Jue, she is saying, "Fortunately, it's really you." But then the prince feels something and she is thinking, "Where are my clothes? Are you talking to Mr. Jiang?" I remembered that the enchanting concubine's tent smelled of delicious food, and then Jiang Jue tells Prince, "The situation is urgent, and I have no choice but to do so even if the young master is angry. He will wait until he leaves this place before looking for an army to investigate." And Jiang Jue is thinking, "This is the palace of the demon concubine. She might arrive at any time, so she must run away quickly." Then the prince says, I know, I don't blame sir. I don't know. Have you ever been married, sir?" And Jiang Jue says to the prince, I am also a practicing person, so I cannot be emotional casually." And the prince says, "But wasn't the poison that Mr. just now detoxified for me a gift from Mr. Concubine?" And Jiang Jue is thinking, it turned out that she remembered everything just now. Then Jiang Jue further says, "Young master, it's better to leave first if it's dangerous here." And she says to Prince Jiang Jue, "I don't have any strength left in my body and I'm afraid I won't even be able to stand up. If you, sir, have a way to get out of trouble, don't worry about me." And Jiang Jue says, "I have a way, I'm offended." And Jiang Jue holds the prince in his lap and Jiang Jue is saying using his power, "All ghosts and gods, listen to my orders." The 5 ghosts opened the way and the 5 gods took shelter. Disease. Then we see Su Xian who is speaking. The Blackback general of the Yuhua River has been unable to contact the previous Baizi Yuhua River floods for a long time. Could it be that the old turtle is really overcoming the disaster? How dare it! Without the human emperor's canonization, all its karma would be gone by now. We have agreed that as long as it captures people for me to make elixirs, I will obtain the emperor's canonization decree for it. How could it not abide by the agreement? It doesn't matter if it dies, it will ruin my life. Who can arrest people for me now? I originally wanted to use the name of building a leopard house to recruit refugees and arrest people from them, but I was blocked by the Grand Master Lin Xianfeng and Qin and Wang Qin. This time I summoned Taoist priests to make elixirs to take care of Qin, but who knew she was actually a woman? But with that old Qigong, I guess she is in a romantic and happy mood now. Is this the art of inviting gods? That direction is the side hall. Could it be that the old beggar was an expert? Someone come! And after this the scene shifts, and we see Prince N's mansion. And Jiang Jue has taken the prince with him, and has come to a room, and makes the prince lie down on the bed, and he is saying to her, "This is where I will stay in the palace. It should be safe." Then Jiang Jue has called some gods and is saying to them, "Thank you all the immortals for your help. A few gifts are not a sign of respect." And she is looking at Prince Jiang Jue, and she is thinking, "Mr. Jiang, the supernatural power, it's like a fairy." And at the same time there is a smile on the prince's face. Then Jiang Jue is saying, "The art of praying to the gods invites the 5 gods and 5 ghosts, all of which are orthodox god prayers. But there is a price to pay for driving these gods to pray. I lost half of my merit by cleaning up the black turtle's back before. Xian Tian Lei Fa Tian Zun. Just take it away now, it takes some merit to get rid of it. 5 gods and 5 ghosts." Then Jiang Jue makes all those gods and ghosts disappear. Then he is speaking to the prince, "Since the young master is fine, I will take my leave first." Then she grabs hold of Prince Jiang Jue's clothes and says to him, "Sir, can you stay with me for a while? I also want to exchange information with my husband." And Jiang Jue says to the prince, "All right. There's nothing else." After some time, we see that both of them are sitting at a different place. And the prince is telling Jiang Jue, according to the information Mr. just mentioned, "I must write a letter to invite Lin Xianfeng, the current Taifu, to come to the mansion for discussion. I will ask my confidants to deliver the letter to the Taifu mansion." And Jiang Jue says to the prince, "Sir, let me do it." And the prince says, "How good is this kind of errand, Mr. Labor?" And Jiang Jue is saying, "No problem." And we see that strong winds start blowing at that place. And that thing disappears. And Jiang Jue is saying to Prince, "Don't worry, young master, the letter is now in the hands of the master." And she says to Prince Jiang Jue, "Of course I believe in Mr." And after some time, Jiang Jue is reading a book. She then looks back at the prince, and as soon as the prince notices that Jiang Jue is looking at her, she straightens her head. And Jiang Jue says to the prince, "Young master, what do you want to ask?" And the prince is feeling shy. At the same time she is thinking, Mr. Jiang should not have been allowed to come over. Then Jiang Jue gets closer to the prince, due to which the prince feels a little shy. And Jiang Jue is saying to the prince, "Is the young master really okay? Your face is so red." And then someone knocks on the prince's door and says, "Your Majesty, Mrs. Lin is here." And the prince says, "Please bring Master Lin in." Then Jiang Jue says to the prince, "Young master, I will retreat first." And the prince says to Jiang Jue, "Sir, there is no need to leave." And Jiang Jue is saying, "If a ruler is short or an inch is long, please don't be embarrassed." At the same time Jiang Jue is thinking, sooner or later, Gongzi Lian will face Su Xian, and he may have already conspired with Taifu Lin. If I don't leave, I'll be even more unable to get rid of it. Then the prince says, "All right. Today I have a hard time, sir. Please go and have some rest." And as Jiang Jue walks out of the prince's room, he sees some man, and this man's name is Lin Xianfeng. And Jiang Jue greets the man after seeing him, and as soon as the man crosses, Jiang Jue also starts leaving from that place, and Jiang Jue is saying, "It is also a short-lived phase." After this the scene shifts. And we see Su Xian, who is speaking, "You said you got that old-fashioned attitude from the underground palace?" And the maid is very scared and she is saying, "Don't dare to deceive your empress. That old and clever person should be the alchemist in the palace these days. As long as the old Qigong is still in Xianyang City, he will not be able to escape, so I sent people to catch him." And Su Xian says to the maid, "That's all, just run away." Qin can't run away. Since he could escape right under my nose, how could he be found so easily? There are indeed many talented people around Qin. And the maid is saying, "Madam, what happens today, if King Qin sues the king?" And Su Xian says, "Then let her sue me. Since I dare to deal with her like this, I will naturally have a way to cure her." Have the people from Tianyin Mountain been invited? Can arrive tomorrow. Is there any news about the Jiang the Demon Lord is looking for? Then the maid said, I was about to report this matter to my empress. The slave girl dug out a piece of news from the mouth of a visitor to Prince Chinan's residence. After King Chinan returned to Xianxia from the Yuhua River, he had an additional retainer. Few people know the specific name of this man, but everyone in the family calls him Mr. Jiang. It is said that Mr. Jiang is also good at divination. And Su Xian is thinking, could it be that the devil is mainly looking for someone, just beside Qin? Next day. Prince Sen's mansion. And a servant is saying to Jiang Jue, "Good day, Mr. Zodanfa you are." And Jiang Jue says to that servant, "I'm going out to visit friends, I'll be back when I'm done." Visiting friends? Big and small bags. And that servant is thinking, since the guests who were invited to the palace have left and never returned, the rest of the guests in the house were frightened. People often packed their bags and ran away at night. Could it be that but the prince is already here, and he will never do anything to embarrass Mr. Jiang? Then he says to the servant Jiang Jue, "Then please be careful, sir." And Jiang Jue tells him to the servant, Okay, bye, little brother." And that servant is thinking, Mr. Jiang has always been favored by the prince. Did he even give up on the prince? Then after this the scene shifts and Jiang Jue is saying, "Ever since I traveled to this world, I have been cautious without this caution. I'm afraid someone would have died a long time ago. Gongzi Lian is such a sage, but his fate is so different you can't just sit back and ignore it." And Jiang Jue cuts his hair, and ties it into 3 bundles. And Jiang Jue is performing some kind of ritual, and he is saying, "Among the Dharma, burning incense is the first to magia. Today I used 3 incense sticks to bring merits. Invite all the saints from all over the world, all directions. Limited secret. It is said that the Bai Xian family in Nanshanling today entering Weiyang of Qin State. If you are willing, please send incense. It doesn't matter whether it's a passing monster, an elf, or a ghost. Please show up." And that thing is speaking to Jiang Jue. It seems that the applicant is a Piao. And Jiang Jue says to that ghost, "How? Please help me send a message to the Tianan Mountains. This incense is yours." And that ghost is smelling the smell of Jiang Jue's burnt hair. Then Jiang Jue says to that ghost, "Haha, although this little lonely soul has no magic power, but being an errand boy is easy. Good boy, no need to thank you, don't forget your brother's support." And that ghost disappears from that place. After this the scene shifts, and we see Prince Sen's mansion. Then a man is speaking, "Your Highness Chimu, Mr. Jiang left the house early in the morning, saying he was going out of town to visit friends." Then the prince says, "Mr. Jiang was fished out of the Yuhua River by me. It was also his first time in Qin. Where did this old friend come from?" And the man says, "Well, I saw him with big and small bags." Then the prince says, "Got it, go down, we'll meet." And the prince is thinking, no wonder. The demon concubine always targets me for implicating the guests in my house and tries to escape. Even Taifu Lin Xianfeng was helpless and only asked me to be patient. Anyone can see that I'm at the end of my rope. Mr. Jiang doesn't like others to serve him, so he has always cleaned the yard himself. This fish is not an ornamental fish like koi, but a very ordinary carp. His taste was always eccentric. Have you ever left me? But then Jiang Jue arrives at that place, and the prince starts looking back. And Jiang Jue says to the prince, "Are you looking for me?" And the prince quickly goes and holds Jiang Jue's hand, and says to him, "Sir, why are you still here?" And Jiang Jue says to the prince, "Sir, what are you saying? Isn't it arranged by young master that I'm here? Could it be that the young master doesn't want me to stay here?" And the prince is saying to Jiang Jue, No, Mr. can live in this courtyard as long as he wants." And Jiang Jue said to the prince, "The young master." Others thought that the young master had caught a thief. After this we see the night scene. Jiang Jue and the prince are sitting at a table. And the prince is saying to Jiang Jue, "I heard from the concierge that your husband is out visiting friends. I thought, Sir, did you meet this old friend during this trip?" And Jiang Jue tells the prince, "No. But finally I found a messenger and sent a message to my old friend, asking him to come to my house to talk." "Come here?" "I don't know what kind of old friend he is." And Jiang Jue starts using his power, due to which the prince gets surprised and the prince is saying, What's going on?" The whole house shook, And Jiang Jue is saying, "Don't be afraid, young master, it's just that person coming," and the prince is very scared, and he is saying, "Who? Who is coming?" And Jiang Jue is saying smilingly, "Ah, of course it is an old friend," and we see that the shadow of a very dangerous lion is seen at that place, seeing which even the prince gets very scared, and is saying, "There seems to be something outside. I gonna go see it." And when the prince opens the door and sees, he is very surprised. And Jiang Jue is saying to the prince, "How about it? What did the young master see?" So the prince says, "Well, it seems to be a kitten. Eyelashes. Since you walked in by yourself." Then the cat starts coming inside the room, and Jiang Jue is saying to that cat, "Look who the little lonely soul invited. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Long time no see, no need to be so cold." Then Jiang Jue moves his hand, but the cat is getting very angry. But Jiang Jue picks it up and starts caressing it, but the cat attacks Jiang Jue, and seeing this the prince says, "Ah, the little tiger is so cute." And Jiang Jue is saying, "Who says it's not?" Then the prince says, "By the way, I'm going to prepare some cat food for the little tiger. There is a useful young man." After some time, we see that the cat has calmed down, and she is resting while sitting on the table. And Jiang Jue is filling wine in the glass, and is saying to that cat, "That day, I stayed in the Tianan mountains for half a month, and all the little tigers avoided seeing me. Why did you come to Xianxia to help me in person?" And the cat says to Jiang Jue, "I can't get used to drinking in this world." And Jiang Jue is saying, "There were some things that I couldn't understand at the time, but I understand them now. That day, the little tiger deliberately led me to the Yuhua River to meet the Blackback General. Was he also trying to test me?" And the cat says to Jiang Jue, "If you don't say anything, then I won't dare to make a mistake. You actually speak the truth so absolutely. If you fell into the water because of this, you can't blame me. I was born with a different pupil and my left eye can see people's good fortune and opportunities. But I can never see through you even if it's a little bit of testing. It's not too much, right? You once deduced the destiny for many creatures in the Tianan Mountains. I am kind to Tiananli. Now, you sent that little lonely soul to send a message to Tianan Ridge for help. I wait and we see that there are many dangerous monsters in that place, whose shadow sluki is happening. And seeing this the cat also becomes very surprised. And she is speaking, "You should help me greatly." And Jiang Jue is saying, "I didn't expect so many friends to come. Jiang Mao has made everyone worry. Please stay put for now." Then all those monsters disappear from this place. Then we see a scene from another place, and Su Xian is coming out of the bath. And she is saying, "Have you found the whereabouts of Jiang Yu?" Back to the cooking lady, it was confirmed that there was a Mr. Jiang in Prince N's mansion. It's just that the servant visited the palace several times at night but could not enter the courtyard of Mr. Jiang at all. "Oh? Your cultivation has reached the 6th level, but you can't even see his face?" Then the maid says to Su Xian, "There are several great demons guarding the courtyard, and they are all stronger than the slaves. The slaves are really lawless." And Su Xian is thinking, it seems that Mr. Jiang is the person the devil is looking for. It's just that the opponent's cultivation level is unfathomable. No problem. Feng Jian Nu will arrive in Qin in 3 days. She will then be able to deal with this Mr. Jiang. Then Su Xian says, "How is Master by you?" So the maid tells, he has surrendered everything and is willing to listen to the queen's orders. Then Su Xian is saying, "So good. It's time to give His Highness Prince An a big gift." After this we see that a man has come inside the palace, and is saying, "Your Majesty, the whole Xiangyang city has been filled with the aroma of medicine recently. The dry old trees sprouted new buds, various flowers bloomed regardless of the season, and strange phenomena occurred frequently. Probably the Empress has arrived. And Su Xian has brought a gift with her for the king." And the prince is thinking, what is she here for? And Su Xian says to King, "The elixir is ready and presented to the king." And the king becomes very happy after hearing this, and he comes to Su Xian and says, "Please get up quickly, please get up quickly." And Su Xian says to King, "May your Majesty live a long and prosperous life. King, please take your medicine." And king takes that thing and he is saying, the gift given by my beloved concubine is poison that penetrates the intestines. This king is also very happy. And the king eats the thing. But as soon as king if someone eats that thing, he starts feeling a lot of pain. And seeing this the prince becomes very surprised. And because of the pill that the concubine has given to the king is in a lot of trouble and he is not able to breathe properly. And when all the ministers see this, they are all very shocked. And they are not able to understand what is going on with His Majesty all of a sudden. Then the prince quickly goes to the king and tells all the soldiers, she actually dared to give poison to His Majesty. Hurry up and take her down, this demon concubine. But then the king tells them all to stop. Then the king tells the concubine, concubine, come here. And the concubine goes to the king, and the king moves his hand forward and holds the concubine's hand. And the concubine says to the king, Your Majesty, is the pill's effect great? And the king is safe. Then the king says to all of them, after taking this feeling, I'm feeling very refreshed and much more energetic than I never felt like this before. And all the ministers bow down in front of the king. And they say, Congratulations to the Majesty. And the prince is thinking, in this way, Su Xian is getting more and more powerful. And the king says, It's all thanks to my dear concubine's effort. Concubine Ife, tell me, what reward do you want? And the concubine says to the king, Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare to criticize you. It's just that I have a piece of advice. Recently, I have been praying for days and nights for Qin state, watching Ziwei fall to the north. It must be the guidance of the Ziwei Emperor that our Qin state will become a prosperous country. Your Majesty should send General Cui to lead the army to attack on Wei state. Take this auspicious sign. Our Qin army will surely conquer the state of Wei like a broken bamboo. And with this, the Qin state will definitely rise above the world. And after listening to the concubine, the prince shouts and says, What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Huang, the army needs a lot of pay when going to the war. But these recent years, the Qin state is facing lots of trouble and there's not enough money and food in the Qin state, coupled with the huge cost of building the harem. The treasury has long been empty. Under such internal worries, the soldiers had to go to war hungry. If the hearts of the people and the army are lost, even the foundation of Qin will be crumbling. It is absolutely impossible to send the army. But the concubine says, this concubine only follows the instructions of Emperor Ziwei. Mr. N has doubts in every possible way. My lords, why don't you say something? Do you also question the oracle? Or do you want to, slandering concubines? One gossip confuses the crowd. And after listening to the concubine, all the ministers bow down in front of the concubine. And they say, We dare not have any questions. Then the king says to the concubine, Ahaha, this matter is up to the concubine to decide. And the concubine says, Your Majesty is wise. And the prince is saying to the king, Your Majesty, no. But the king shouts and says to the prince, Princein, this matter already has been decided. Tomorrow, send an order to General Cui to invade Wei state immediately. I know that Mr. N is just worried about the country and the people. And after listening to the king, the prince does not say anything, he just keeps staring at the concubine. Then the concubine says to the prince, Just for the sincerity of Mr. N, I have also prepared a gift for you. Well, I actually have 2 divine pills. Oh, right, Mr. N doesn't know, but one made a contribution to making this pill, and the concubine starts giving the divine pill to the prince, and the prince is saying to the concubine, Wah, what do you mean? And the concubine says to the prince, Mr. N, please accept it, with a smile. But the prince is thinking, what is the secret behind this pill? After this the scene shifts, and we see another place. And Jiang Jue is lying comfortably in the grass, and his cat is sleeping on his lap, and Jiang Jue is saying, It's so comfortable to lie down without any worry. But then Jiang Jue smells a fragrant, and he is saying, What's with this smell? So fragrant? And the cat also smells that fragrant. And she sits on Jiang Jue and says to Jiang Jue, Blood of the evil spirit. And Jiang Jue also gets up after listening to the cat. And he is saying, Isn't this the medicinal fragrance? Little tiger, why did you say it was blood spirit? And the cat goes ahead and says, just see with your own eyes. That lady is coming over here. And then Prince comes running there, seeing which Jiang Jue is a little surprised, and Jiang Jue asks Prince, why are you in a hurry? So the prince says, it's urgent. This pill was given to me by the concubine. Could you please check and see if there's something wrong in it or not? And as soon as Jiang Jue sees that soul, he gets very shocked. And seeing Jiang Jue so shocked, the prince said to Jiang Jue, she was also saying that this pill is only related to me. Did you see anything? So Jiang Jue says to the prince, young master, see for yourself. And we see that an evil aura is coming out of that pill, which is calling the prince towards itself. And it is asking the prince to help him. And seeing this, the prince gets very scared, and then Jiang Jue uses his power and destroys that evil aura. And then Jiang Jue goes to the prince and says to him, those just now were the phantoms of dead souls trapped in this pill. Young master, don't be afraid, you weren't the one who hurt those people. Ordinary people who take this pill can ventilate qi and blood, increase lifespan, and be free from disease and disaster from then on. It's just that refining this kind of pill needs to sacrifice living people. The 7 souls and 6 souls are transformed into pill furnaces, and the internal organs and 6 internal organs are turned into medicine dregs. It's really hard to endure. And the prince nervously tells Jiang Jue, I know them. And Jiang Jue gets surprised and he tells the prince, you know them, young master? Then the prince cryingly tells Jiang Jue, there were many faces from those souls that were the subordinates of mine. Everyone was very loyal to me, and many of them were the ones who I was saved from the disaster. Sorry for not have the ability to protect you. Jiang Jue takes a deep breath after listening to the prince. Then he says to the prince, silly girl, your tears can't alone save your people. Think about it again. Without you, a female prince in the Qin state who chooses talents and appoints talents, and calms the people and helps things, what will happen? And on hearing Jiang Jue's words, the prince stops crying. Then he thinks about his people, how good they are. And they always care for him. And they all are very happy. And the prince has decided that now he will fight till his death. Next day, in the courtyard of Jianzhou, we see that the prince is blushing and Jiang Jue is saying to the prince, hey, isn't that young master? What is she doing inside my courtyard standing there? Young master, are you waiting for someone else here? And the prince says to Jiang Jue, please take this. So Jiang Jue is surprised and he says, this new cloth for me? So the prince says, it's just that when I saw you back last time, your clothes seemed torn. So I asked the sewers to make one. And Jiang Jue says, oh, well, thank you very much, you're going to the palace, aren't you? So the prince says, how did the Mr. Jiang knows that I'm going to the palace? But Jiang Jue says, but are you really sure about this? And the prince says, I'm not sure. But I'm willing to fight for the common people of the Qin state. And after listening to the prince, Jiang Jue says, understood. I won't say anything more, but before parting, I still have one thing to tell you. If the young master encounters an unsolvable situation, he can silently recite in his heart Xiaoxian Taishu Jinjuan. You must remember this. If it's your fate, well, all the best. After this we see a scene from the past, where the prince's father is calling the prince to him. And the prince's brother is bowing in front of his father, and the prince's father is saying, I'm going to test you. And the prince's brother is very surprised to hear his father's words. And his father is saying to him, you are the prince of Qin state and in future you'll also become the king, so, it is natural to test you on how you govern this country, I ask you. This year, there is a drought in the south, and the people are in exile. What should you do? So the prince nervously says, drought in the south, the people went into exile. I think. But the prince is not able to speak properly, due to which his father is getting very angry with him. But then the second prince comes to that place. And he says to his father, when there were thin taxes, wide accumulation, the government also made sure that there was a good storehouse to prepare for drought and floods, send ambassadors to inspect the province and listen to the people in abundance. Thin taxes, wide accumulation. The government also made sure that there was a good storehouse to prepare for drought and floods, send ambassadors to inspect the province, and listen to the people in abundance. And after listening to the words of the second prince, his father becomes very happy, and laughingly says to the second prince, Saki is really smart. Hey! Unfortunately, you aren't a boy. Then the prince's father shouts at the prince and says, As for you, don't even have the ability to govern the country. And remembering all these things of his past, the prince, who has now become the king, wakes up from his bed in panic. And there is a servant in front of him, and he says to the servant, How did I fall asleep here? I didn't miss a phase dance, right? So the servant says to the king, Don't worry, your majesty, the dance hasn't started yet. But the servant has something important to report. The front line was losing ground, and with shortages of food and pay, generals were defecting one after another. General Cui couldn't hold it anymore, and hearing this king gets a little surprised and he says, General, the soldiers defected. How could it be? And now the concubine gets angry, due to which she slaps the servant, and says to him, Bastard, talking nonsense here. Hey, let this fucking servant out, and cut him into pieces, then throw him into river. And seeing the concubine's anger, the servant starts apologizing to the concubine. Then the king comes in front of the concubine, and the concubine holding the king's hand says, My lord, don't stand there, let's go, the dance show is getting started. The dancers this time are all stunning realities. Then the servant says, Your Majesty. Prince Saki and Lord Li Xianfeng broke into the harem. I couldn't stop them. They also. And the king says, They're still how? So the servant says, Your Majesty, please see for yourself. They are already here. And we see that the prince has come here to meet the king with some of his friends. And he greets the king by bowing in front of him. And the king is saying to those people, Well, you guys all wear mourning clothes. Are you guys want to curse people to death, don't you? And the prince says to the king, I wear hem for the people of Qin who died in vain. I'm mourning the upcoming crisis in my country. And the king says, Oh, I would like to hear about it. Why is our country about to perish? Do you have any proof or not? You can't blame a Fie without any proof. And after listening to the king, the prince says to the king, Proof? Brother Huang doesn't know the situation about battle on the front line. It is still not too late for your brother to correct your mistakes. If your brother continues to take her side, we will be. And the king gets very shocked after hearing the prince's words, and they further say to the king, If you don't get rid of the demon princess, I resign and return to my hometown. We will not engage in politics. And the king is saying to those people, How unreasonable! How unreasonable! You are. You're forcing me. And then the concubine says, Majesty, every person has a high position, but you want to use your power to force the king to comply, to bully me, a weak woman. But, please resign and return home. I don't think so. I also have something to tell His Majesty. This is the rebellion letter between King An and Taifu Lin Xianfeng. And on hearing the concubine's words, the prince starts getting angry, and the prince is saying to the concubine, Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Lin and I are loyal to Qin state. But the concubine says, Dado. That's right, I still have proof. Hey! Bring Dao's Cui here. And on hearing this, prince's eyes fill with tears, and the prince is saying, You and I are master and servant, but teacher and friend, and I've always regarded you as my confidant. Why are you doing this? And we see another man, who is saying, His Royal Highness, it's hard to be loyal and righteous. And the king is saying, Qin Saki, tell me, what's this all about? And the prince says to the king, Brother Huang, if I say I was framed by the demon concubine, would you believe it? Then, put the king into the custody of the Dali temple, and wait to be sentenced. And then an elder says, Qin Wujuan, how could the late emperor give you the throne? But then the concubine shouts, Shut up! Hurry up and arrest this old thing. And the soldiers together capture that elder, and the elder is saying, I've been the elder of the Qin state for more than 30 years, how dare you treat me like this? You'll lose the hearts and minds of the people and the army, and the Qin Empire will fall at your hands. And we see that the king is unable to say anything, and the prince and the elders are staring at the king. But then the prince shouts at the king and says, Brother Huang, you don't know how to govern the country. And what the prince has just said was earlier said by the king's father, and on hearing this the king says, That's all. I'm going to rest, I'll let Ifei handle this matter. And the king starts leaving from this place. But the prince tries to stop the king and says, Brother Huang, wait, you can't leave like this. Brother Huang. But then we see that the soldiers together stop the prince from going ahead, and the concubine is saying, Sai Majesty, how can you leave such an important matter to such a weak woman? Then let's see, what can I do about it? And the concubine starts laughing out loud like a crazy person, and then the elder comes in front of the prince and he says, This bitch is really outrageous. If you dare to talk Prince Saki today, I'll fight you all. But then a spear enters the elder's stomach, due to which the elder is killed. And the concubine comes in front of the prince. Then she says, Princeton, are you satisfied with my gift? And we see that the prince is crying, and he is not able to understand what he should do now. Then we are told, that night, thousands of palace guards broke into Prince N's mansion. Every person howled and begged for mercy, but they didn't listen and burned them all. Then we see 2 servants, who are outside Jiang Jue's room, knocking on Jiang Jue's door. They are saying, Mr. Jiang, are you inside? My lady invites you to meet. When Jiang Jue does not respond, the second servant says, just go directly. And when both servants go inside Jiang Jue's room, they see that Jiang Jue is not there. And they are saying, he's not here, did he run away? Let's go and report this to the Empress. When the boss was in trouble, he ran away. What kind of devil is he looking for? This Jiang is nothing more than that. And we see that the news has spread all over the city. And everyone is talking, have you heard? That Princeton is going to be beheaded at noon today. This isn't possible, Majesty is not stupid. It's that guy blind, let's go over there and see. And then the citizens come out of the gate and ask the soldier, what happened? Are these rumors really true? But the soldier says, go away. Go away. Don't stand in the way. But then the gate opens and a prisoner comes out from inside. And it is none other than Prince, who is tied in shackles, and a lot of blood is coming out from his feet, and as he is going, his blood-soaked footprints are being formed. After this the scene shifts, and we see Jiang Jue. And with him is a tiger, which was earlier a cat. And now it has transformed into a tiger. And Jiang Jue is saying, can you really be able to judge your destiny against the sky? After all, what is destiny? And Jiang Jue is remembering what he had said to the prince earlier, and he had said, young master, could you let me calculate your destiny? And when Jiang Jue is checking the prince's destiny, the system tells Jiang Jue, the host needs to consume 1,000 fate points to calculate the destiny. And after listening to the system, Jiang Jue thinks, so many points, is this possible? And the system starts telling Jiang Jue, in the 49th year of the Qin Yuan calendar, Queen Qin gave birth to a daughter named Saki. When Xianxia was 8 years old, she understands poetry, books, writes and music, knows the 6 arts of a gentleman. Among princes and princesses, no one can match, and is close to the prince and brother. When Xianxia was 12 years old, went in and out of the imperial study, and only dealt with state affairs. When Xianxia was 14 years old, the emperor was dying. Xianxia assisted the crown prince in overseeing the country, bestowed the title of Kingin, and was the first female prince of Qin state. During the period when Xianxia was in charge of the country, he spoke outrightly and remonstrated, selected talents and appointed talents, and provided peace and prosperity to the people, and she's supported by the people. Xianxia was 17 years old. The new Emperor Qin Wujun granted him the fief of Nanyang County. Xianxia left Xiangyang. Xianxia is 23 years old. The demon concubine 15, a disaster for the country, on the way back to beheading, died. And after listening to all the things about the system, Jiang Jue gets into thinking for a while. Then he says to the prince, alas, to be honest, although young master has talent, if the young master stays here you'll be sentenced to death for treason or crime. And the prince, bowing his head, says, I understand. And if I don't fight for justice and leave the state, this state and the people will suffer more trouble. I'm willing to die for the sake of the state's people, even if this is my destiny. And Jiang Jue gets surprised after listening to all the things said by the prince. Then the tiger is speaking to Jiang Jue, sir. Isn't that person stupid even though he already knows that he is going to die but still thinking about the safety of the people rather than saving his own life? This world is filled with many stupid people. So Jiang Jue says, he placed righteousness above anything even if his own life is in danger he still wants to protect people's. And Tiger says, Sir, are you also a righteous person? So Jiang Jue says, I'm neither righteous nor evil, I'm just a simple person who acts by seeing things. Finally we're here. It's such a nice place with beautiful mountains and water. We'll prepare for the divine fate ceremony right here. Then we see the prince, who is sitting very disappointed, because in a short while he is going to be killed at this place. And we see the king, who is sleeping. And tears are falling from the concubine's eyes. Then her servant asks the concubine why she is crying. But the concubine does not answer. Then she says to her servant, Let's go to the execution ground. Did you find out the whereabouts of that fortune teller? Then her servant says, No, we weren't able to find out yet. Then they come out, and when they are coming out, they hear a lot of noise. Then the concubine asks, Why is it so noisy here? So the servant says, Lots of people are gathered at the execution ground. Then we see a small monk, who is speaking to his master, Master, good people in this world won't end well. Why do we practice virtue? So his master tells him, It's too early for you. You and I have a long way to go, so hurry up and do it. Then we see the citizens, who are protesting that the prince should not die. And they should be allowed to go from here. But the soldiers are telling the people, Hey, don't make trouble here. Otherwise we will not be polite anymore. But the people are not listening to them. And seeing this, the concubine thinks, Not good, let the emotions ferment and the citizens will riot. And the concubine shouts at the soldiers, If they are not going to stop, guards, kill them all. Then we see that prince remembers what Jiang Jue had said to him, Young master, you can silently recite We Tree in Du Tian Taixu if you ever face the problem that you can't solve on its own. And remembering all these things, the prince thinks, Mr. Jiao, my one and only God, you know I am the most devout believer. And then a man is about to slit the prince's throat. But then we see Jiang Jue, who is doing rituals in his system to save the prince. And he is saying, Looks like this is the right time. And the system says to Jiang Jue, For changing Qin Zhao's destiny, Qin Zhao needs to consume 100,000 merits to change his life. Qin Zhao's current merits, 74535. And Jiang Jue is thinking, Prince Saki has done his best for the state of Qin. He has accumulated a great deal of merit in his life. It's just not enough to change your life. And again the system says you can choose to consume 100,000 points of merit to change your life. Current merit, 101252. And then Jiang Jue clicks on yes. And the system is saying to Jiang Jue, You have consumed Qin Zhao's 74,535 points of merit. Your 25,465 points of merit have been consumed. You have successfully changed Qin Zhao's life. And then something starts happening at that place, and Tiger is also surprised to see this, because the destiny of Jiang Jue and Prince is getting connected together. And the Tiger is saying, The gentleman is obviously a monk of the human race, and he has no incense on his body. Why does he have a Shinto title? Is he really a god? And we see the citizens with tears in their eyes, and also a lot of anger, because the prince's throat has been slit. And the citizens are saying, Princeton. Even Princeton can't escape bad luck. The state of Qin is about to perish. Who will save this country? But then something starts happening at that place, and seeing this everyone gets very shocked, because Prince's body is flying in the air, and some angels have come to that place. And seeing this the concubine gets very surprised, and she is not able to understand what is going on. And how is this thing possible? And we see that Prince's body starts recovering again, which looks like a magic. And all the citizens are very happy with this, and they are saying, Definitely is. God has heard our prayers and has finally rescued Prince Xiao. Thank you, God. Then the scene shifts to Jiang Jue, who is sitting on the tiger and going towards the country very fast. And he reaches that place very quickly, and seeing Jiang Jue everyone is very surprised, especially the concubine. And she is thinking looking at Jiang Jue, yes, it's definitely because of him. Then Jiang Jue says to all the citizens, people of the state of Qin / your General Cui has withdrawn from the battlefield of the state of Wei, leading 100,000 Qin troops back to Xianxia. If you also love this piece of land, please become my helping hand to overthrow tyranny. And the concubine is getting very angry looking at Jiang Jue, and she is thinking, this vile monster. Why didn't Fenjianyu come to help me? Could it be the meaning of Lord Demon Lord? What is going on? And after listening to Jiang Jue, everyone gets very motivated and they are saying, yes, we want to join the fight too. Down with the faint king. Get rid of the demon concubine. Revenge for I Princeton. Revenge for the loyal people of Qin. And seeing the rebellion, the servant is saying, no, the citizens rioted. And the concubine is saying, where's the inner guard? Go quickly call 5,000 inner guards to come over. But we see that all the citizens are attacking the soldiers together. And the concubine is telling her soldiers to kill them all. And they are doing the same. And a soldier is about to attack and kill a child. Jiang Jue sees this and tells his tiger to save the child. Jiang Jue's tiger attacks those soldiers and saves the child. It throws the soldiers far away, and seeing this the concubine gets even more angry and she starts shouting, don't be scared. And kill them all. And then Jiang Jue says, the general trend of the world, the long-term division must be combined, and the long-term unity must be divided. There is Su Xian. You controlled Qin Wujuan by giving the demonic pill, and killed Princeton to get rid of dissenters, so that you could take over Qin's fortune for yourself. But why don't you take a look and see who the people's hearts are for now? Where is the destiny of this country? And on hearing Jiang Jue's words, the destiny dragon of that country comes out and starts flying over the city. And he is looking at Jiang Jue. Then Jiang Jue starts using his power. And his power starts spreading in the whole country, due to which light starts spreading everywhere. And then we see that the king wakes up from his sleep, and he is thinking, who's calling me? And then the king starts running outside, and he has also taken his sword with him, and he comes out running and is a little surprised to see in front, and he is listening to what the citizens are saying, take down the king! Take down the demonic concubine! And after listening to the citizens, the king is asking Ifei, what's happening here? And the servant turns back and looks at the king, and she is surprised to see the king. Then she is telling the king, there's a man at spreading rumors and drying people up to riot. King, don't stay close to walls. And the king is looking at Jiang Jue. And when Jiang Jue looks at the king, he is thinking in his mind, red dragon body protection, so, he's Qin Wujuan. And we also see that the king has red dragon protection. And the king is speaking to Jiang Jue, a practitioner instead of practicing in the mountains, who dares to cause trouble in the affairs of the state. Who are you looking for? And Jiang Jue tells the king, I am a wandering fortune-teller master, practicing in the marketplace. When I first entered, the king was shocked after listening to Jiang Jue's words, and he was thinking, how did he know about the red dragon? Is it possible that Mr. Qin Saki's assertion's true? No, it's impossible. The red dragon still protects the Qin state. How will it fall? Do you really think I don't know anything about the fate of the country? At first I wanted to give you a break. These thieves. He really wants to die. Then the king says to Jiang Jue, you are also from the Qin Saki's group, right? I'm really interested to hear about the destiny of the Qin state and mine. And Jiang Jue grabs that thing, and the system says to Jiang Jue, it needs 100 W points destiny points to calculate the destiny of Qin Wujuan. Do you want to spend or not? And Jiang Jue is saying to the king, father eats son, son kills father, king kills minister, minister rebels against the king. If the state is not a state, the Qin dynasty will die. And the king is getting very angry after listening to Jiang Jue's words, and he is shouting at Jiang Jue. Jiang Jue dares to confuse the crowd with evil words. Take this demon down for this king. And as soon as all the soldiers listen to the king, they together move forward to attack Jiang Jue. But then we see that a very big snake comes to that place, which is protecting Jiang Jue, and seeing such a big snake, all the soldiers get very scared, and the king gets even more angry. And the king directly moves forward to attack that snake, seeing which the concubine is trying to stop the king. But the king is not listening to anyone, and he is shouting, "I'm the king of Qin State, and once the country's destiny is protected. You little monster, dares to make rampant here." Then the king directly attacks that snake and cuts it into 2 pieces, due to which the snake dies. Then the king directly attacks Jiang Jue to kill him. And Jiang Jue is able to see that there is a red dragon behind the king, and seeing him Jiang Jue is thinking, is this the power of the red dragon body protector? But Jiang Jue catches the king's sword with his 2 fingers, and seeing this the king is very shocked, and he is thinking this. How can this be? How can he be able to catch my sword? And Jiang Jue tells the king, is this the emperor's sword full of the breath of a real dragon? And then Jiang Jue breaks the king's sword very easily, and pushes the king away. And seeing this, the concubine is very nervous for the king, and Jiang Jue is saying to the king, I have accepted half of the red dragon's merit, and half of the nation's fortune. As for you, Qi Wuzhuan, do you know what crime you committed? But the king is not able to understand anything Jiang Jue is saying, and he is asking Jiang Jue, What crime did I commit? So Jiang Jue takes out a talisman from his possession, and burns it, and says to the king, You don't know, then let me show you what crime you've done. And then there is a dangerous lightning from the sky, which is above the ground. And we see that a lot of souls are coming out from that ground, and Jiang Jue is saying to the king, See everyone what is going in the garden behind the palace. And seeing so many souls, the citizens are very surprised, and they are saying, So many dead souls. Is it possible that they are doing alchemy? And all the souls are saying to the king, King, give me my life back. But the king is not able to understand anything. Then Jiang Jue comes behind the king and says to the king, Did your majesty know these people? Definitely you don't know them. These people are citizens of Qin State. And now, the soul has become a pill, and only this some sallow remnants is left. The pill you swallowed was made by sacrificing thousands of people. Qin Wuzhuan, you still feel nothing. But the king says, If they are my people, why not use them for me? What is my offense? What's the crime? And hearing this from the king, Jiang Jue gets angry and Jiang Jue pushes the king. Then he says, The red dragon who came to my dream also gave me 2 things. One of them is the dragon's tail guillotine. Go lip to kill the faint king, and go down to cut down the evil spirits. Since you think you didn't do any crime, then why not go inside this guillotine for a break in your life? And after listening to Jiang Jue, the king gets a little nervous, and he says, What are you kidding me about? Why should I go inside this? And then the king feels something and he thinks, What's going on with my body? Why did it move on its own? And the king said to Jiang Jue, What did you do with my body? Stop it! And then seeing this, the concubine gets very tense. And she moves forward to attack Jiang Jue to save the Directo king. And Jiang Jue also notices this thing, and the concubine attacks Jiang Jue. But then we see a tiger, who gets angry at the concubine, and he is saying, Bold witch! Dare to interfere in Mr. Jiang's work. And the tiger is ready to attack the concubine, and he attacks the concubine with his fireball, due to which we can see that the concubine is burning, and seeing this king gets scared. And the concubine's condition becomes very bad, due to which her body starts burning. And seeing this thing all the citizens are shocked and they are saying, The body of the princess has become like jade. Is she really a demon? Then the concubine falls on the ground, and the tiger catches the concubine in his claws, and says to her, The fate of the country is not in your hands. Now you dare to act wild in front of me. And the concubine's condition becomes very bad, and the tiger is saying to Jiang Jue, Sir, please go ahead. This witch is handed over to me. And Jiang Jue shouts loudly, due to which the king gets pulled towards that thing. And seeing this thing, the concubine gets scared, and she frees herself from the tiger's claws, and jumps towards the king to save him. And we see that before the king gets hit, the concubine pushes the king away, and the concubine takes the attack of that thing on herself, due to which his condition starts getting worse, and his clothes start getting torn. And seeing this thing, Jiang Jue is thinking, Is it possible that you're really in love? trying to fight it? And that thing falls on the concubine again, due to which she starts splitting into two parts. And seeing this thing, the king cannot believe his eyes. And we can also see that the concubine slowly starts splitting into pieces, and king starts going towards the concubine and catches her, and seeing her condition, tears start falling from king's eyes, and the concubine is saying to king, "Your Majesty doesn't want to look at me, the concubine's appearance must be very ugly." And seeing all these incidents, the citizens are saying, "She really is a demon, no wonder the king is bewitched by him." Then Jiang Jue comes in front of both of them, and says to both of them, "Su Xian, you are vainly trying to steal Qin Guiyun to overcome the catastrophe. You have already committed a heinous crime by killing innocent people of Qin, what more can I say?" And the concubine is saying, "My heavenly tribulation, if I don't steal a country's fortune, I can't fight against it. Perhaps I deserve death. However, I also want to know why I should. Such is destiny." And with this the concubine is killed at this place. And Jiang Jue gets a little shocked after hearing the concubine's words, and he is thinking, "It's destiny again." Then Jiang Jue starts leaving from this place, and Jiang Jue is saying to the tiger, "Let's go, tiger. Now that the red dragon of national destiny is out of trouble, the rest, leave it to the people of Qin to decide." And Jiang Jue leaves from this place sitting on the tiger. After this the scene shifts, and we look towards a cave. And then at this place the eyes of the prince open. Now she is looking exactly like a princess. Then she wakes up, and she is saying that I am still alive. I remember that I was still on the execution ground, praying to Mr. Where is this? My hair is messy. I can only deal with it like this first. And then Jiang Jue comes to that place, and seeing Jiang Jue, the prince says, "It really was you who saved me. I thought that phrase of yours was to comfort me, sir, this is." And Jiang Jue goes to the prince and says to him, "You finally woke up." And Jiang Jue is looking at the prince with a lot of love, and seeing this prince becomes silent. And he is also looking at Jiang Jue with love. Then the prince lowered his head a little, and said to Jiang Jue, "Don't be joking, sir, how can I become king? But a woman." But Jiang Jue says, "But public. Is this something to feel guilty about? It's a pity it's a woman, can I? Qin's fate is approaching, what will you do next?" And the prince says, "Is Qin's fate approaching? Then I must go back to Xianxia city. Overcome the difficulties with the people of Qin." And Jiang Jue says to prince, "That being the case, let it go. This is also the time to leave the state of Qin. The cave was the home of Mr. Boar's family. We've been bothering them for a long time." So the prince says, "So that's it. I'm sorry. Excuse me. We're leaving right now." A moment later, Jiang Jue has made Prince sit on the boar, and he is speaking to Prince. "I didn't think Mr. Boar would really agree to send King An back to Xianxia. That's very passionate hospitality." And Prince says, "Well, then, thank you, Mr. Boar." And Jiang Jue is speaking to Prince, "The fate of the Qin Empire is near. If you want to make a difference in the future, we should not take Qin as our number, but Qianquan as our number. I was asked by a friend to take care of it. Now it will be gifted to His Excellency." And the prince looks at that thing and says, "Sir, that's Imperial Jade Seal." And Jiang Jue says, "Mr. Boar will leave you next. Please send King into General Chui's camp outside Xianxia city. Go and meet the generals outside Xianxia." And Jiang Jue has now said goodbye to the prince, but the prince has tears in his eyes, but he is also happy. And we see that the red dragon is with the prince. And Jiang Jue is happily saying goodbye to the prince, and is watching him leave. And Tiger is saying to Jiang Jue, "Parting is really sad. But you will not leave me. Right, Tiger? Then, it's time for us to hit the road." And Jiang Jue says to Tiger, From the perspective of the setting, you should be my mount. Are you riding with me now?" "It's not right, sir." And Tiger says to Jiang Jue, "Shut up. Hurry up and go. Don't forget Feng Jiannu, that crazy woman is still chasing us." Got it. See down, sir." And now Jiang Jue also goes on his way. 3 days ago. Outside the execution ground. And the little monk says to his master. And then we see that someone comes in front of the little monk and his master, and she is the servant of the nine-tailed demon fox. And her name is Yuan Qingyi. And on seeing Yuan Qingyi, the master stops and the master is saying to Yuan Qingyi, "Oh my pardon this old monk's hand, miss, are you alright?" But Yuan Qingyi is not saying anything to that monk. Then she removes her mask and says, "I've heard that the Lama of Linghong Temple is powerful in Buddhist knowledge, so his hands shouldn't be shaking, right? I think you must be hurrying to death." And seeing Yuan Qingyi's face, the monk understands that this is a demon. Then the monk is saying to Yuan Qingyi, "No, I'm not interested in normal life affairs, but I must take care of the evil affairs." And the monk is ready to fight Yuan Qingyi, and he has taken out his weapon, and seeing this, Chota monk is saying, "Master is the best. The demon sister is sucked into your sleeve," and his master says, "No, this time the ones we meet are no easy match. Anyway, let's get out of town. Don't get other people involved." After this the scene shifts. And we see Jiang Jue and Tiger, and Jiang Jue is sitting on Tiger and going very fast, and Tiger is saying to Jiang Jue, "Sir, if you said that Feng Jiannu was after you, why didn't she show up at the execution site?" So Jiang Jue said to the Tiger, "I don't know, go ask her." And Tiger is saying, "Honestly, I always want to ask one thing. How did you get into trouble with Feng Jiannu? What? Is she very strong? Let's put it this way, Feng Jiannu is also known as Xianxia. I was still breastfeeding when she became famous. She later became the maid of the heavenly Demon Lord.Tu Shanlan. With such a powerful master behind her, Xianxia is not to be trifled with." So Jiang Jue laughingly tells Tiger, "Actually, I have no grudge against her. But her master, she's got a grudge against me." But the Tiger gets very shocked when he looks in front. Then he comes back to his original form, and Jiang Jue falls on the ground, due to which he is saying to Tiger, "Why did you suddenly stop at such great speed? That's dangerous." And Tiger is saying to Jiang Jue, "I think we should just commit suicide. Why didn't you mess with any other person but the scariest one in the world?" And Tiger and Jiang Jue are fighting, and Jiang Jue is saying, "Help! This crazy cat wants to kill its owner." But the Tiger is saying, "We're all in this together. You should have your honor even." And we see that someone comes to that place, and it is Yuan Qingyi, who has come after fighting with that monk, and she is also injured. And she is saying, looking at Jiang Jue, "You make it so easy for me to find you." And when both of them see Yuan Qingyi, they get very scared. And looking at Yuan Qingyi, Jiang Jue is thinking, "What the hell? Speak of the devil." Then Jiang Jue stands up and then the Tiger jumps and comes in front of Jiang Jue. And seeing this, Jiang Jue is thinking, Shan Jun is usually a show-off, just like a prideful cat. I didn't expect him to stand up for me in such a dangerous time. Sorry Shan Jun, I blamed you. And the Tiger is saying, Xianjian Jun, the truth is that I am the one behind me. Just met by chance. The lender should find the right borrower. You shouldn't hurt the innocent one, Xianjian Jun. And Yuan Qingyi, while passing by Tiger says, "Alright. If you are not involved, then there is no need for you to live." But then the Tiger comes in his original form and attacks Yuan Qingyi. But Yuan Qingyi dodges Tiger's attack, and she is saying, "Are you being too naive? Tian Nanlings. Little kitty." And the Tiger tells Jiang Jue to run away from this place. And they are trying to run away from Yuan Qingyi very fast, and they run very fast. Tiger asks Jiang Jue, "Sir, look back. Is that woman after us?" And Jiang Jue looks back, but he does not see anyone, and he says to Tiger, "No, maybe we have got away." But then the Tiger sees something in front of him which he stops very fast. And Jiang Jue asks Tiger, "Why did you stop so suddenly?" "I nearly fell." So the Tiger asks Jiang Jue to look ahead, and as soon as he looks ahead, he realizes that Yuan Qingyi has already come and stood in front of his way. And seeing this thing, the Tiger says, "Sir, if we surrender now, will she treat us better?" So Jiang Jue says, "I don't know if she'll treat us better, but given her personality, I'm still useful to her. At least my life will be safe for a while." And the Tiger says, "Then I'm useless to her, I'll be killed under her sword, right?" Then Jiang Jue is saying, How can you say that? Our little Shanjun is from a noble family. Your skin and bones are precious treasures. Who wouldn't like these fur, bones, and skin? And the tiger starts getting scared after listening to Jiang Jue. But then Yu Yuan Qingyi says to both of them, enough talking now? If you're tired of running, just give up. If you still want to run, I'll gladly serve you well. And Jiang Jue says to Yu Yuan Qingyi, I was able to escape even in the presence of the heavenly demon lord. Do you think you can catch me? So Yu Yuan Qingyi says to Jiang Jue, we can try and see. And then Jiang Jue takes out a talisman from his pocket, and using it says, I'd be honored. 1,000 miles God walk. But we see that Jiang Jue's talisman has no effect, and seeing this Jiang Jue gets very nervous, and he is speaking nervously, God walk. This is a life-saving spell from the old dragon of Sun Moon Lake. How come it doesn't work? And then Yu Yuan Qingyi takes out something from her pocket, and says to Jiang Jue, my master knew you had the spell from the dragon god of Sun and Moon Lake, so how could I not be prepared? This is the golden order from the dragon god. With this order, all the spells in your hand will lose their effect, so what do you have to rely on now? And seeing that thing, Jiang Jue starts crying, and he is saying, oh old dragon, I really appreciate your help. But Jiang Jue is thinking, wait a minute. She just said that she forced the old dragon to do so. Even the dragon is no match for her. How strong is this woman? But then Jiang Jue laughingly says to Yu Yuan Qingyi, I'm a traveler, so I have things to rely on. Sincerely invite the heavenly demon slaying god. And as soon as Yu Yuan Qingyi hears this thing, she gets very shocked, and she is saying, God summon technique. Are you a disciple of the Shishao Palace? And Jiang Jue says to Yu Yuan Qingyi, I stayed for a few months, but I was kicked off the mountain. Cannot be called a disciple. And we see that a huge golden hand starts coming out from the sky, and seeing this thing Yu Yuan Qingyi is saying, the disciples of the Shishao Palace specialize in summoning gods, but they mostly summon the 36 lesser gods. I've never heard of anyone who can summon a god from the 9 heavens. Jiang Jue, who are you? So Jiang Jue says to Yu Yuan Qingyi, just a traveling fortune teller. But Yu Yuan Qingyi is still not scared, and she is saying, Jiang Jue, you're really something. The old dragon of the Sun and Moon Lake regards you as his close friend, and the red dragon of Qin country regards you as its savior. The Shan Jun of Tian Nanling is willing to be your mount, and even the Lama of Linghong Temple helped you stop me. Now you can even summon the gods of the 9 heavens to help you. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, and Yu Yuan Qingyi takes out a dangerous sword, seeing which Jiang Jue also gets a little scared. Then she sees that the golden hand is moving towards her, and Jiang Jue also points his hand towards Yu Yuan Qingyi. But Yu Yuan Qingyi now starts using her power, and a lot of energy is coming out of her sword, and she is saying, an orthodox god? Jiang Jue, do you know the name of the sword in my hand? This sword is called, and Yu Yuan Qingyi slashes that golden hand with her sword, due to which the golden hand gets cut into 2 pieces. Then Yu Yuan Qingyi says this sword is not stained by the sins of killing, nor the karma of slaying opponents. Even though my hands are stained with blood, I am innocent. What can the orthodox gods do to me? Now you can't get away from me by any means, what else do you have? And Jiang Jue is surprised to hear Yu Yuan Qingyi's words, and he is thinking, she's just a maid, how can she be so strong? But Jiang Jue says to Yu Yuan Qingyi, well, of course there is a way out. That is, and then Jiang Jue is again trying to run away from Yu Yuan Qingyi, and now Yu Yuan Qingyi also starts chasing Jiang Jue. And then Jiang Jue uses one of his techniques, and he is saying, summon the heavenly wind god, heavenly walk god. And as soon as Jiang Jue performs that technique, the tiger starts running very fast. And seeing this, Yu Yuan Qingyi is also very surprised that Jiang Jue is running so fast, and she is saying, what the hell? This damn Jiang Jue, he can still run. And while running, the tiger tells Jiang Jue, sir, where in the world can we find a way out? But Jiang Jue is thinking, Feng Jiannu's injuries seem to be the result of the old lama's doing. As long as we can stop her, we may still be saved. Then Jiang Jue tells Tiger, go to Linghong Temple. On the other side we see Linghong Temple. And the monk is injured, seeing his disciple crying. But the monk is saying to him, I'm just meditating, I'm not dead. And the little boy says, But master, you've lost a lot of blood. But the monk laughingly tells the little boy, It's okay, just cook an old chicken and I can replenish my blood. But the old monk is thinking, what a time to be making jokes. There's no such thing as an old chicken in a pure Buddhist land. And the old monk is saying, that day, Feng Jian-nu appeared in Xianyang City to look for someone. Coincidentally, I stopped Feng Jian-nu so that person could escape, whether it was done intentionally or by chance. My causal entanglement with this person has been determined. Let me see who is behind this thread of cause and effect. And the old monk takes out the golden thread from his hands, which starts going towards the sky while going out. And seeing this, the little boy is saying, Master! Master, this golden thread is connected to the sky. And we see that the golden thread starts going towards Jiang Jue, seeing whom the old monk is thinking, why are all the creatures in this world having causal entanglement with him? Is he a god of heaven? And seeing this, old monk's eyes remain wide open. And the little boy is saying to the old monk, Master, your eyes. But the old monk is still thinking, why didn't you come 1,000 years ago? It's a great opportunity. It's also a big problem. And the little boy is saying to the old monk, Master, please sit down. And old monk says to the little boy, Apprentice, your destiny with me as master and disciple is over today. And the little boy says, Master, you don't want me anymore? So the old monk says, Don't cry. Don't cry. You are destined to become a follower of Buddha King. I am old and can no longer protect you. Now your real teacher is outside the door. The time has come for us to end our destiny as master and disciple. And then the little boy says to the old monk for the last time, Amitabha. After this, the little boy goes towards the door and opens the door. And as soon as he goes out, someone says to that little boy, Hello, little master. And the little boy sees Jiang Jue in front of him. And Jiang Jue says to the little boy, My name is Jiang Jue. I want to meet the Lama of Linghong Temple. And then the little boy bends in front of Jiang Jue and says to him, It's an honor to meet you, my master. I'm your disciple Kala. But Jiang Jue gets surprised after listening to the words of the little boy, and says to him, What? What's this? What's your name, young master? And the little boy says to Jiang Jue, I'm Kazi Bey's disciple. My master wants me to be happy every day. So he gave me this name. I like it very much. And Jiang Jue, after listening to the words of the little boy, says, Kala, right? I used to like it too. No, why do you call me master? So the little boy said to Jiang Jue, The master said so. Master was wounded, he said my real master has come, his mission is finished. And listening to the little boy, Jiang Jue is saying, Actually, I'm here to take refuge. I suggest we go into the temple. And then the door of the temple closes. And seeing this, Jiang Jue is very surprising, and he is saying, What does this old monk mean? I haven't even solved my problem yet, and now he's giving me a new burden. Silly boy, take a look. What do you think this is, a rocking car? And Jiang Jue is lifting the little boy and making him sit on the tiger. Then the tiger is saying to Jiang Jue, Why did you lift this kid up? So Jiang Jue said to tiger, There's no other way, he'd call me his master. Take the kid with us and run. Then the tiger asked Jiang Jue, Where are you going now? So Jiang Jue says to the tiger, To the southern border. I still have some friends there, they should be able to save our lives. And after listening to Jiang Jue, the tiger says, But the southern border is 1,000 miles away from here. Your 2 talismans won't hold up. After traveling for some time, tiger now comes down, and seeing this, Jiang Jue asks tiger, Why does Shan Jun stop? And the tiger is saying, The talisman and my wind control spell are both exhausted. But up ahead is the Xianxia River. And Jiang Jue is saying, looking at the river, the Xianxia River is the boundary between land of the human and the demon. But that's not right, the south border is in the southwest, the 1,000 demon kingdom is in the southeast. How did we get here? Then the tiger says, It's all your fault, sir. You got addicted to fortune-telling on the way of escape, and I had to take a detour to the land of human to read people's fortunes. Going around and around is what made me go astray. What should we do now? Should we turn around? And Jiang Jue, thinking something, says, no, Xian Jun is in hot pursuit behind us. If we bump into her, we'll probably end up in the 9 hells before we get to the southern border. Or should we just cross the river? And the little boy is very happy to see the Gold River. And when he starts going near the river, the tiger catches him and says to him, do you want to die? Even if we throw little Shan Jun into the river, he'll die. I'm not sure I can cross the river by myself, but for sure I can't take you and little monk with me. You two can't block the Tian gangwind. However, this Jinsha River always has human and demon ferrymen. But beyond this boundary is the land of 1,000 demons. How dare you go to the land of 1,000 demons after offending the heavenly demon lord? And Jiang Jue is saying, don't you know the truth of the darkness under the lamp? The most important thing is that there's a place for us to stay when we get to the land of 1,000 demons. And when Tiger looks ahead, he sees a boat, which is coming towards them. And seeing this, Jiang Jue starts calling the boatman. Then we see that the boat has come towards them. And Tiger says to Jiang Jue, there is really no end to the road. Sir, let's get on the boat. And Jiang Jue is calling the boatman. And we see that a 9-tailed demon fox is coming from there. And she is speaking to Jiang Jue. It's really been a long time. And as soon as Jiang Jue sees Tu Shanlan, he gets very surprised. And Tu Shanlan is speaking to Jiang Jue, my future husband. And Tiger gets very shocked seeing Tu Shanlan, and he is speaking nervously, Heavenly Demon Lord. Sir, come up quickly. Wheel. But then Tu Shanlan goes very fast and catches a tiger, and she says to the tiger, in front of me, how dare you call yourself the same as me? And Jiang Jue greets Tu Shanlan nervously and says to her, my wife, what a coincidence. And Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, it's not a coincidence. I've come all the way here to wait for you. Let's get on the boat. So Jiang Jue says to Tu Shanlan, can I refuse? I've never done that before. And on hearing this from Jiang Jue, Tu Shanlan becomes serious, and in a serious look says to Jiang Jue, what do you think? My dear husband. Tiger says, are you able to do this? Haven't you taken out the talisman yet? Jiang Jue says, come and try it. Just putting the talisman on your chest is already difficult. I have to hold it in my mouth, my neck is cramping. Little monk says, come on, master. Be careful not to drop it on the ground. Tiger says, hurry up. That woman is coming in soon. Then we see Tu Shanlan and Jian Nu. And Jian Nu says, my lord, why did you call me back from afar? The person you are looking for has not been found yet. Tu Shanlan says, no need to look for it. Jian Nu gets a little surprised to hear this. Then she sees that Tu Shanlan has already tied Jiang Jue with zodiac signs and gets surprised. And Jiang Jue takes out the talisman from his pocket, and when he sees Tu Shanlan, he gets surprised and starts laughing. And Tu Shanlan picks up the talisman. Then Jiang Jue tells her, wife, why are you picking up that thing? It's so dirty. Well, actually, I can explain it. Tu Shanlan takes her finger closer to Jiang Jue. And seeing this, Jiang Jue thinks, this gesture. Could it be? Tu Shanlan hits Jiang Jue, due to which Jiang Jue feels pain and he starts shouting. Then she goes out, and tell Jian Nu, you take charge of this ship and return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. After some time, Tu Shanlan is sitting in front of Jiang Jue. And Jiang Jue thinks, by the way, why did Tu Shanlan insist on kidnapping me and taking me to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters? Could it be that she has figured it out? She wants to take me back to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters and then. And he imagines how he is kissing Tu Shanlan. But little monk breaks his fantasy and he says, no. Stop the fantasy. She's thinking, dig your eyes out. Jiang Jue says, I don't have any beautiful fantasies. What on earth does a little monk think about every day? Little monk, please keep your mind clear. Little monk says, I clearly heard master's inner thoughts, and that female benefactors too. Tu Shanlan says, so it's mind reading? There are many supernatural people around you. He is right. If you look at me with that frivolous look again, I really intend to gouge out your eyes. Jiang Jue gets nervous and says everyone has a love for beauty. Tu Shanlan says, is this seat beautiful? Jiang Jue thinks, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong again? Tu Shanlan says, others either boast about my unique martial arts, or that they are the best in history. You are the first man who dares to say this in front of me. Jiang Jue says, my lord, you must kill me? Actually, we have no grudges against each other. Tu Shanlan says, you've made me a nursing mother, and you still want me to spare your life? Jiang Jue says that. The hexagram is like this. I am just telling the truth. I have a way to change my fate. Although the price is very high, it is not unchangeable. As long as your majesty helps me, my original destiny can be changed. Tu Shanlan says, killing you can also change my fate. Jiang Jue says, is it possible not to kill? If it doesn't work, can I buy my own life? Tu Shanlan says, buy? Everything in this world is within my reach. What do you think you have that can impress me? Jiang Jue says, an opportunity to cure your majesty's hidden illness. I wonder if I can buy it in the next life? Hearing Jiang Jue's words, Tu Shanlan gets angry and stands up. And she releases her aura and she says, how do you know my hidden disease? Very good. Looks like I have one more reason to kill you. Jiang Jue says, wait a minute. Is this how we handle problems? I can cure your majesty's hidden disease. Does your majesty really not care? Tu Shanlan asks why. So Jiang Jue tells, among the 36 heavens, there is a true lord of medicine, king of Veduria heaven who can cure your hidden illness. But I have to go to Shishao Palace. Tu Shanlan says, I heard from Jian Nu that you can command the 9 heavens god, and have been able to drive the 9 heavens gods since ancient times. I have never heard of anyone other than you. Are you also famous in the Shishao Palace? Jiang Jue says, a great reputation. If notoriety can be considered a reputation, then it is indeed. Tu Shanlan says, what did you do? Jiang Jue says, count the number of people who have been killed. Tu Shanlan says, what, did you also find a wife in Shishao Palace? Jiang Jue says, that would be great. The goddesses in Shishao Palace are all extremely beautiful. Although I can invite the 9 gods. But the Lord Lialishan and I have some grudges. I can only go to Shishao Palace in person. Tu Shanlan says, grudges? This Lord Lialishan is a woman, right? Jiang Jue says, but is the Lord of Lialishan a man or a woman? Does it matter? Tu Shanlan says, it is indeed not important. But I'm not stupid. If I really let you go to Shishao Palace, will you come back? Jiang Jue says to little monk, here. I'll hand them over to you. Tu Shanlan says, a little monk I just met for a day, and a spiritual pet? Jiang Jue says, I, Jiang, am definitely not the kind of person who would abandon my disciples and friends. The one who ran away alone. Little monk, is he lying? Monks do not tell lies. If you lie to me, can you listen to what I'm thinking? Jiang Jue starts to panic. And little monk tells that Jiang Jue is lying. And he says while crying, don't eat the it's not tasty. And Jiang Jue tries to escape from here by sliding. But Tu Shanlan is behind him, and she says, is there anything else you want to explain? Jiang Jue says, I am a mortal being. Please be gentle. And Tu Shanlan again hits Jiang Jue on the head. And little monk says to him, Master, are you still alive? Jiang Jue says, my good disciple, I want to ask for help. But thank you anyway, I feel so touched. After a while, Tu Shanlan looks at the jade pendant and she thinks, why is this half-piece of jade in Jiang Jue's possession? What is the origin of this Jiang Jue? Jian Nu looking at the sky says to Tu Shanlan, Master, this weather seems a little off. Tu Shanlan is surprised and she says, it is a calamity cloud. Jian Nu says, how is it possible? Could anyone dare to survive the catastrophe on the Jisha River? Are you afraid that your thunder tribulation isn't strong enough? Tu Shanlan says, what a madman. Wait, this calamity cloud. Why does it appear on our heads? Jiang Jue says to Tu Shanlan, to be honest, this robbery cloud should be coming to find me. And on hearing this, Tu Shanlan is surprised and she says to Jian Nu, pull him out. Then Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, your cultivation is only at the 8th level, and you have merits. Why does a catastrophe happen? Jiang Jue says, I once swore to predict the destiny for 3 people every day. If I can't do it, I will be struck by heavenly calamity. Tu Shanlan says, are you teasing me again? Jiang Jue says, my lord, look up and see that the clouds of disaster are looming above you. How dare I deceive you? I still have 1 hour to complete today's task. Otherwise, after an hour, the calamity cloud will condense into shape. The thunderstorm will fall on this small boat. Tu Shanlan says, so what do you want to do? Jiang Jue says, actually, there are 4 other people on this boat besides me. Coke and Tiger are willing to help me complete the task, and could you please let me tell you about your fortune, Lord Xianxia? Tu Shanlan says, no. Just by fortune-telling for Qi Hongtan, you will know my secret. Sword Slave is my personal maid, do you think I will agree? Jiang Jue says, since your majesty didn't trust me, he threw me off the boat. There is not much difference between dying in the Jinsha River and dying from a natural disaster. Tu Shanlan says, you can only tell fortunes for living people? Jiang Jue says, as long as there is a trace of spirituality, it will be enough. Tu Shanlan says, many people are buried in the Jinsha River. It shouldn't be difficult to salvage a few corpses whose spirits are still alive, waiting here. Then Tu Shanlan jumps into the river. And Jiang Jue thinks, damn, directly entering the Jinsha River with his physical body, this Tu Shanlan is a ruthless person. And Jiang Jue says to Jian Nu, well, can His Majesty come back alive? But Jian Nu asks him to keep quiet. Then after some time, Tu Shanlan comes out of the river and Tu Shanlan has returned in a short while, and Jiang Jue is a little surprised to see this. Also, Tu Shanlan has brought some dead bodies, and she says, is that all right now? These 6 corpses are enough to sustain you until you reach the kingdom of 10,000 demons. I'll leave it to you now. We won't bother you anymore. Jiang Jue gets surprised and says, it is possible, my lord, please at least untie me, vertical day. Jiang Jue says, thanks to these corpses, I was able to complete my daily tasks. Thank you so much, seniors. The last one is .so. Your name is Tseng. The system says, simulation is Oyuyer. Do you want to change his fate and start over? Rededuction will consume 100 million merit points of Tsang Yuezi. Tsang Weizi's current merit points, 0. You can choose to use 100 million points of your own merit to change his fate. Current merit, 75419. Jiang Jue says, this person has been dead for almost 10,000 years. How could he still change his fate? It's only 100 million merit points. Are you kidding me? The system says, you have peeked into the destiny. You can choose to conceal the secret. Reward, 10,000 merits. Small fear thunders heavenly tribulation. You have peeked into the destiny. You can choose to reveal the secret. Penalty, merit plus 1,000, and choose one of the following penalties. 1. Tsang Yuezi's cultivation method. 2. Tsang Yuezi's cultivation insights. 3. A secret of Jinsha River. Jiang Jue thinks, in the past 2 days, I have deduced the fate of the 6 corpses. They all died in the war between humans and demons 10,000 years ago. Tsang Yuezi is a 6th-rank cultivator with great strength, and the sect he belongs to is the main force that built this Jinsha River. He was 800 years old when he was alive, and he was alone with 3 missing parts: no father, no mother, no wife, and no children. Grateful for the sect's education, I will die for the future of the human race. Jiang Jue says, if it weren't for the contributions of these ancestors, if there was no Jinsha River dividing the 2 worlds of demons and humans, where does this human race Yongchang come from? Although the Jinsha River cannot completely prevent the interaction between humans and demons, but it can stop humans or demons below the 4th level. If the human and demon races were to start a war again like the one that happened 10,000 years ago, the main fighting force of the army is still the army below the 4th level. The role of Jinsha River in preventing the 2 tribes' armies from invading the border is obvious. By the way, it seems that Senior Tsang Yuezi's sect was the main force in building the Jinsha River. I'll choose 3. I want to see what secrets this Jinsha River holds. What? Under this extremely dangerous Jinsha River. Is there an unknown passage that can cross the two worlds of humans and demons? I understand now. Our ancestors must have left a backup plan for the human race. Just in case of need. However, this secret is priceless to some people, but it is almost useless to me. Who knows, maybe it will be useful when running away in the future. Senior Tsangyuezi, thank you so much. Jiang Jue starts dancing with the dead body. And.Tu Shanlan sees him. And Jiang Jue gets a little scared. Then Jian says, Master, in half a day, we will reach the territory of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. I wonder how the master plans to deal with Jiang Jue? Tu Shanlan says, since he came with the jade, I naturally had to satisfy his needs. After some time, they reach the monster kingdom. And Jiang Jue says, is this really the kingdom of monsters? I thought it would be a place with bad waters, poor mountains, and a lot of demons running rampant. Jian says, be careful with what you say. Although this place belongs to the Wanyao kingdom, its real name is. Then we see a big tortoise which is very big. And he welcomes Tu Shanlan. And along with him there are many female foxes who have come to welcome Tu Shanlan. And Jiang Jue is surprised to see this place, and they reach the mansion. And all the servants greet Tu Shanlan and welcome her. Jiang Jue sees a servant, and he says, are there no male foxes in Tushan? I'm really worried about the fox ladies. Who are they going to find to have children? And Tiger says, none of your business. Tu Shanlan tells the servant, take him away and put him in a safe place. And that servant comes in front of Jiang Jue and says to him, young master, come with me. Jiang Jue looks at Huan and thinks, what a gentle and lovely elder sister. Jiang Jue says, thank you for your hard work. And all three of them start following Huan. But then Tu Shanlan catches Tiger and says to him, is this the fur of the pure-blood jade unicorn? The feeling is really good. Tu Shanlan asks Tiger, has Jiang Jue ever told you your fortune? Tiger says, I didn't dare to ask the master to predict my own destiny. Tu Shanlan says, why? So Tiger says, when others tell fortunes, they know 2 or 3 and only say 1. When he tells fortunes, he knows 10 and only say 10. Anyone who has experienced the master's skills will feel somewhat scary. I think the destiny of the people deduced by the master is predetermined. If you haven't calculated it, then your destiny may still be uncertain. Tu Shanlan gets surprised and she says, what? Do you mean that a person's destiny will be determined by his hexagram? Does he really have this ability? Tiger says, to this day, the master's strategies have never failed. Perhaps, master, he is really the incarnation of the great Tao, a true immortal who has come to the world. Tu Shanlan thinks, it seems that my future husband Dao is indeed not an ordinary person. And then someone comes there. And she calls Tu Shanlan's sister. And Tiger is shocked to hear this, and he thinks, could that person be the next Demon Lord? Tu Shanning. Then we see a small fox and her name is Rina. And she says, sister, didn't you go to the human race and bring back a brother-in-law? Where's my brother-in-law? Tu Shanlan remains silent, and she does not give any answer. And Tu Shanning says again, the person my sister likes. He must be one of those handsome guys with 3 legs, 4 arms, and 8 eyes. Ninger really wants to see it. Of course. Only a person like this is worthy of being called a sister. Where is he? Let me see. Let me see. Tu Shanlan says to Jian, taking away. Tu Shanning says, sister, let me see my brother-in-law. Everyone is curious. But Jian takes her and leaves her near a cave. And Tu Shanning silently starts going inside the cave. And as she goes ahead there are many small foxes in front of her, and they all say, how about it? Did you see it? Tu Shanning says, my sister kicked me out, so I didn't see it, and the other little fox says, Aining, you must be bragging again. You definitely didn't dare to go and see it, so you just took a walk outside and came back. I must have been spanked by my lord again. Tu Shanning says, nonsense, my sister is so nice to me. No spanking. Just wait. I will definitely bring my sister's husband to you. On the other hand, we see Jiang Jue and Huan. And Huan says, arrive, Young master, you will live here from now on. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you. If you have any other requests, you can tell the guards guarding the place. Little monk says, wow. That's great. It's not a prison cell. Hua Nu says, however, there is one ugly thing I must explain to the young master first. Please don't leave this courtyard, young master, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Jiang Jue gets nervous. Hua Nu starts going inside. Then little monk says, Master, why can you still smile when you hate someone? Jiang Jue says, you will know when you grow up. They both go inside too. And Hua Nu says to them both, Master, please come over and have your meal. Jiang Jue asks, although it is rich, why are they all melon rinds, fruits and vegetables? No meat at all? Hua Nu says, so master, do you want to eat meat? There are monsters everywhere in Tushan. Which clan of brothers and sisters do you want to eat, young master? Both get nervous and start eating the vegetables. And Jiang Jue says, we love to eat melon peels, fruits and vegetables. Look, how happy the child is eating. Hua Nu says, that couldn't be better. Hua Nu will not disturb you two from having your meal. Jiang Jue says, by the way, I am not very talented but I am good at some tricks. Could you let me tell you about your fortune, lady? Hua Nu says, sure enough, it was just as my lord said. My lord has instructed that if you want to tell fortunes for me, I won't say anything, just go up first, throw a punch. After punching, Hua Nu goes out. And little monk says, my poor master. Why did you pass away? Jiang Jue says, stop. Stop. I'm still alive, damn you Shanlan. This damn place. I will leave sooner or later. Little monk says, Master, I want to eat chicken drumsticks. Jiang Jue says, that's not right. Why would you, a monk, want to eat chicken legs? Little monk says, I am Amiba. Master said that wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha sits in the heart. The master also said that to understand the sufferings of the world, one must go through the affairs of this world. First be reduced to earthly state, and then transcend it. Don't think too highly of yourself. Jiang Jue says, damn, that actually sounds reasonable. Little monk says, to put it bluntly, when it's time to eat meat, eat meat. When it's time to marry, just marry. Just do what ordinary people do. When you get tired of it, it will not be too late to convert to Buddhism. Jiang Jue says, that's true, we should enjoy life while we can. Little monk says, where are you going, master? Jiang Jue says, when I first arrived, I saw a bamboo forest on the road and I saw rabbits. Let me take you to find some other flavors. After some time, Jiang Jue has made a trap and a carrot is kept at the bottom of the trap. And little monk says, I said, Master, does this method really work? Jiang Jue says, hey, don't disbelieve it. I have used this method to catch sparrows. Fruitful results. Little monk says, but we have been waiting for several hours. There is no rabbit hair. Jiang Jue says, it's all your fault for always yelling. Little monk says, humph, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to go home and eat melon peels, fruits and vegetables. Jiang Jue says, oh. Are you annoying? The rabbits are afraid to show up because of your noise. Little monk says, Master, do you understand? No idiot rabbit will fall for your trap. It's a low-level trap. And then some creature gets trapped in the trap, which makes Jiang Jue happy, and he says, hee, I told you. This trick will definitely work. Got it. Little monk says, this is out of context, folks. Then Jiang Jue goes to check the trap to see what is stuck in the trap, and he says, I just saw a white mass go in, it must be a rabbit. Wait for the meat. Little monk says, I'm more curious about what this mentally retarded rabbit looks like. And as Jiang Jue removes the trap, Tu Shanlan's inside it. Tu Shanlan's scared, and she says, bold. Who is it? How dare you attack me? Jiang Jue says, a little fox? She can already speak human language, it seems she has achieved some accomplishment. Little monk says, can the little fox be eaten? Tu Shanlan steps back, and she says, how can this be possible? You actually set up such a low-level trap to attack me. And you even want to eat me. Jiang Jue says, Miss? Who are you? Tu Shanlan says, exactly. My name is Tu Shanlan, meaning tranquil Ning. Who are you two? Jiang Jue thinks Tushan clan. To be able to use Tushan as one's surname, one must be a Tushan fox demon of pure bloodline. And he says, my surname is Jiang, and my name is Jue. You can call me Mr. Jiang. Tu Shanlan says, are you a teacher? Jiang Jue says, I am a fortune teller. Tu Shanlan says, oh, I see, you are a charlatan. My sister said that fortune tellers are all liars, Jiang Jue says. Your sister's understanding is quite unique. Please let me ask, what's your sister's name? Tu Shanlan says, then you better listen carefully. My elder sister is the Lord of Tushan, the leader of all monsters, and the monarch of the kingdom of monsters. Demon Lord, it's you Shanlan. Little monk gets a huge shock, and Jiang Jue becomes silent. And Tu Shanlan further says, to be honest, I came here to look for my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. I didn't expect to be caught by you in your despicable trap. If you answer my questions truthfully, I will show mercy and let you go. See that house at the end of the woods? I heard that my sister's husband lives there. I just went inside to check, and there was no one there. I ask you, did you see a man coming out from there? Jiang Jue says, is there a possibility? Am I that man? I seem to be what you said, the husband of the Demon Lord. Tu Shanlan says 2 eyes, a nose. Then Tu Shanlan steps back, and she says, this is impossible. The one my sister is going to marry, at least he should have a green face, fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms. Jiang Jue says, actually, I also think it is inappropriate. How about you persuade your sister to cancel the engagement? Tu Shanlan says, humph. You must be talking nonsense. I'm going to go back and ask my sister. Jiang Jue tries to stop Tu Shanlan, but Tu Shanlan quickly walks away, and she says, I will come back. Jiang Jue thinks. It seems that there will be no peace in the days ahead. Well, now that we are here, we should make the best of it. After some time, Jiang Jue stands on top of a peak and he is happy to see this place, and he says, the luck here is so peaceful. That valley is? Netherworldly energy, in fire evil. This place is an extremely evil place. The terrain of the surrounding mountains and rivers. There is no way it could possibly give birth to such an extremely dangerous place. This place is not natural, but man-made? Could it be the place where Tu Shanlan retreated when her hidden illness flared up? When her hidden illness flared up, all her demonic power dissipated. But her demonic power was too strong, even if it was released from her body, it would not disperse. Over time, a very evil place was formed here. Although this is possible, it is not absolute. Regardless of whether it is true or not, this is a rare and extremely dangerous place. That's enough for me to set up a feng shui layout. This feng shui arrangement can be used as a means for me to protect myself in the future. Just then 2 big ships fly in the sky which Jiang Jue sees and he says, such a heavy evil spirit, who could be on this boat? On the other side, there is a fox immortal temple. Huan Nu comes with the news and she says, my lord, the young master Jiang Jue of the Dahuang clan, requests to see you. Jian Nu says, master, the Dahuang clan has always been unruly and will not associate with ordinary demon clans. I'm afraid I may not have good intentions when I come here this time. Do you need a subordinate? Tu Shanlan says, it was me who sent a message to the Dahuang clan to ask them to come. Jian Nu says, the Dahuang clan is a clan formed by the gathering of ancient beasts. Since the Lord ruled the 10,000 demons' kingdom, it has been highly autonomous, and has never obeyed the Lord's control. What is the purpose of your majesty summoning them to Tushan this time? Tu Shanlan says, humph, a clan of ancient mythical beasts. Go and bring Yu Qilin up. Jian Nu says, obey. Tu Shanlan says, send an order to let the Dahuang clan enter the Fox Immortal Palace. Then some people come from the front. And the one in front is, young master of the Golden Crow Dihao. And behind him, the man wearing black clothes is named Snake. Everyone bows in front of Tu Shanlan except Dihao. And Dihao says, Lord Heavenly Demon. I am. But before Dihao could say anything further, Tu Shanlan says, outrageous. Who allowed you to see me without kneeling? Tu Shanlan releases her aura, because of which Di Hao bows in front of Tu Shanlan. And Di Hao gets angry. But Tu Shanlan says to him, "What's wrong? Any objection?" And then Nag comes in front, and he says, "Ahem, Holy Son, it is okay for Lord Heavenly Demon to pay respects to you in person. I wonder where the Holy Son of Unicorn, that Lord Heavenly Demon, is mentioned? Unfortunately, the saint of my clan is in the middle of a critical period of training and cannot come in person, so he had no choice but to send me and the Golden Crow's saint to welcome you." Tu Shanlan says, "Bring it up and give it to them." Jiang Jue brings Tiger with her. And Tiger says, "Where are you sending me?" "No need. I'm living quite well in Tushan. Also, can someone please inform Mr. Jiang that I hope he won't contact me anymore to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Sister over there, feed me some more grapes." Just then the snake picks up Tiger and says, "Oh, this for color, this spiritual power. What a pure bloodline." Tiger says, "What the hell? What kind of monster is this?" Snake lifts Tiger up, and his servants bow their heads in front of Tiger. Then Tu Shanlan says, "I have handed this jade unicorn to you. When you return, tell that barbarian about it. Don't forget what you promised me." Snake says, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will certainly pass on the words that Your Majesty has entrusted to me to the saint of our clan. However, we went to Mount to welcome the Holy Son of Unicorn. There is one more thing." Tu Shanlan says, "What's up?" Snake says, "Your Majesty, please look." Tu Shanlan says, "What does this mean?" Snake says, "These treasure chests are all rare treasures. They are a token of our people's sincerity. Just because I heard that Your Majesty is still unmarried. Looking at the hundreds of clans in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, there are many young talents. Only my young master, Di Hao, can be compared with Your Majesty. Today, we have the guts to come to Tushan to propose marriage." Jiang Jue says, "Be bold. How dare you say such rude and inappropriate words in front of my master?" Snake says, "How can it be considered rude if a man is unmarried and a woman is unmarried?" Tu Shanlan goes in front of Di Hao and she says, "I am about the same age as you, and among the great saints of the demon race, no one can be my rival. What is your cultivation level? I am the Lord of Tushan, the monarch of the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. All monsters submit to me, and clans are my subjects. What is your identity? I have put an end to the disaster caused by the sea monsters, the countless evil demons from outside the domain, and the chaos caused by killing. What other achievements do you have? Don't say I already have a husband. Even if I don't. Do you deserve it?" Tu Shanlan does not give Di Hao even a chance to speak. Then we see Jiang Jue and Little Monk. And Little Monk says, "Is Master ill?" Jiang Jue says, "Maybe someone is cursing me behind my back." Jiang Jue has 3 animals. 1 snake, 1 cock and 1 rabbit. And Little Monk says, "If you are not my master, don't worry about who scolds you. Have you completed today's 3-branch mission?" Jiang Jue says, "Oh, it's done. Thanks to the 3 little demons sent by Huan Nu." Little Monk grabs the chicken and says, "Great. Brother G. Come into the kitchen with me. I have boiled the pot, so we will have an extra meal today." Jiang Jue asks Little Monk to stop and he says, "Please. This chicken has become intelligent, it is not food. Killing and eating will bring you karma." Little Monk says, "I understand." And Jiang Jue says, "Okay, come back and sit down. Today, I will give you a piece of good fortune. Zi Xiao, the heavenly true Lord. The nameless, the way that can be told is not the real way, the name that can be named is not the real name. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there was a name, innate creation sutra. Lifting the heaven and earth, grasping yin and yang, breathing in the essence, keeping the spirit independent, the muscles are as one. Qian and Kun are the gateway to Yi, the parents of all hexagrams, the boundaries of Ken and Li, and the axis of Yang. How is it? Is it concise and easy to understand? With your talents, you should have gotten the gist of it, right? You didn't understand a word, right? I think we should cook them." Then the scene shifts to Xianxia Peak Reception Hall. Di Hao is very angry and he breaks a cup, and he says, "Tu Shanlan is really going too far. I am the young master of the Dahuang, and she dares to look down on me. How can this be possible? Snake says, Young master, please be patient. The marriage is difficult to accomplish at the moment, but the matter of devouring the origin of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon may not be impossible. Dihao says, Why? So in response Snake says, Young master, you don't know that although the Demon Lord is an extraordinary woman, her cultivation is so high that even the saints of our clan dare not look down on her. However, every full moon night, she would lose all her cultivation and her sanity would fade away. And that time is the best time for the young master to seize the origin of the Heavenly Demon Lord. Dihao says, Is this true? Are you absolutely sure? Snake says, There is nothing in this world that is completely certain. This time, the Holy Son of Unicorn has been so supported by the saints of our clan. I am sure that after his return, he will definitely shake your position as the young master. If this fails, even if he returns to the Dahuang, can the young master still keep his position as the young master? Dihao says, Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. In this way, let's wait until the full moon night 10 days later. Next day, Huan Nu comes to Tu Shanlan and Tu Shanlan says, Where did everyone go? I need an explanation. Huan Nu says, If I am not mistaken, they should all go to Sanya Peak. Sanya Peak is where the human fortune teller is imprisoned. Tu Shanlan says, What were they doing at Sanya Peak? Huan Nu says, I heard. I was listening to Jiang Jue's sermon. Tu Shanlan says, A group of great demons, even demon kings, going to listen to an 8th grade foundation building Taoist priest preach? On the other side, we see some demons talking. And they are saying, Let me tell you, Mr. Zhang's class is amazing. After hearing this, the old lady toad next door immediately ascended to heaven. She even gave herself a title, called Bulbasaur. Oh, is that so? It's really that magical. I really want to listen to Mr. Zhang's class. Little Monk says something to a pig demon and that pig demon says to another demon, Mr. Zhang's afternoon session is full. Please come early tomorrow to line up, and go back today. And listening to his words, all the demons now start opposing him. And they say, I have been waiting in line for 2 days and finally got to the foot of the mountain. Why are you asking me to go back? Why don't we let Mr. Jiang give another lecture? Why don't we let Mr. Jiang give another lecture? It will be our turn soon. And then Dihao comes there and he says, In my opinion, this Jiang Jue is just a fraud, seeking fame and reputation. Most of the visitors here want to curry favor with the future king. They are all flatterers. And a goat demon says to him, This is wrong. Did you know that Mr. Jiang made 3 9th grade demons speak in one day? And the other demons talk, Mr. Jiang is certainly not an ordinary person. Otherwise how could he have caught the attention of His Majesty? Hiss, that makes sense. The person His Majesty has chosen is definitely extraordinary. Just then Tu Shanlan comes there and asks everyone to keep quiet. And the pig demon is busy dropping money. And he says, Today's quota is full. If you want to listen to Mr. Zhang's sermon, please come early tomorrow. And as soon as those demons turn back and look at Tu Shanlan, they get very scared and every demon falls on his knees before Tu Shanlan. And Tu Shanlan says, I will go meet Jiang Jue later. I will convict you again. And we see Jiang Jue. And the system tells him, You have peeked into destiny. You can choose to conceal the secret. Reward, merit plus 30,000, red fire heavenly punishment. You have peeked into destiny. You can choose to reveal the secret. Penalty, minus 3,000. And choose one of the following penalties. 1. The experience of the Netherworld General and his cultivation. 2. The blueprint for refining the top-grade spiritual treasure Qixia Baojian. 3. Tushan map including detailed explanation of the prohibitions. And then Tu Shanlan arrives making a loud noise, and all the demons start running away in fear. And Tu Shanlan says to Jiang Jue, I heard that you are good at preaching. Why don't you tell me about it? Jiang Jue says, It's all false praise. Tu Shanlan says, If you don't want to preach, then there is no need to preach. Huan Nu, pull out his tongue. Jiang Jue gets scared as soon as he hears this. Then he sits on the stone and gets ready to tell Tu Shanlan. And he starts using his power and he says, Your Majesty is a great saint of the demon race, and has opened up your own path of cultivation. Ordinary mental methods and insights are useless. I will talk about the side door, the creation of heaven and earth is all a cauldron. As for the name of Xianxia, we do not know its name, but its name is called Tao.Tu Shanlan says you took out the most precious treasure of Shishao Palace, the innate creation sutra, so recklessly. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch it away? Jiang Jue says the essence of this sutra has merged with the divine heaven and turned into nothingness. I just summoned the projection using the art of summoning spirits. How could it be snatched away? Torture or soul-searching is useless, although I can read the Innate Creation Sutra. At any time, I cannot remember a single word of its content. Even though there are 3,000 great Tao recorded above, none of them is the Tao for me, Jiang Jue, to cultivate myself and establish my destiny. What's the point of learning them? It's useless to read them. Jiang Jue thinks, I can obtain the cultivation skills by deducing destiny for others. Why bother to practice hard? If you don't use the golden finger, wouldn't you be a fool? Tu Shanlan says if I kill you, will the Xianxia Palace, which does not come out of the world, mobilize all its forces? But it doesn't matter, Xianxia Palace can't kill Tu Shan, and no one in this world can make me give in. After today, no one will bother you anymore. From now on, Jian Nu will be stationed at Xianxia Peak. If you have any problems, you can find her. Jiang Jue thinks, that little bitch hussy is totally playing me. And Tu Shanlan starts leaving from here. After some time, Jiang Jue starts hiding all the treasures and he thinks, the treasures that I had obtained from the great monsters with great effort were all the things needed to set up the Feng Shui Bureau. I had only a few items left to prepare. I didn't expect this little girl to be so cautious. Now she sent Jian Nu to guard the mountain, and the few big monsters who promised to come to me can't come. Damn it, I'm about to get the Tu Shan map, but I lost. Then Jiang Jue hears some sound from the window, and when he goes forward and opens the window, he finds Tu Shanlan there. But Jiang Jue closes the window in front of Rena's face and starts going inside. Then Tu Shanlan starts abusing him and says to him, how dare you turn my aunt away? Jiang Jue says, please go away. Your sister won't let me talk to other women. Tu Shanlan says, my sister is so jealous? No, does this other woman include me? After some time, Jiang Jue lets Tu Shanlan in and Tu Shanlan says to him, future brother-in-law, can I ask you for a favor? When Jiang Jue asks her to tell about the favor, Tu Shanlan says, I have heard about what you have been doing in Tushan these days. My tribesmen want to see you, but it is not easy for them to get out from where we live. I told them I had seen you, but they didn't believe me and said Aining was a big liar. Jiang Jue says, so you want me to give you a lecture? Tu Shanlan says, well, just work for me with peace of mind. I will never treat you unfairly. With me protecting you, no one in Tushan will bother you. Jiang Jue says, even if I wanted to agree with you, it's impossible now because your sister just came. Tu Shanlan says, I know, I've been hiding in the dark and watching. Jiang Jue says, you'd better leave quickly. When Feng Jiannu comes, it will be difficult for you to get down the mountain. Tu Shanlan says, Jiannu couldn't find me, in this whole Tushan. If I want to hide, my sister won't be able to find me. Just then Tu Shanlan disappears and Jiang Jue is surprised to see this. And then Tu Shanlan gets Jiang Jue from behind. And Jiang Jue uses his power and starts sensing Rena, but he is unable to sense Rena. And then Tu Shanlan comes in front, and she says, not gone. How is it? Jiang Jue says, how did you do that? Tu Shanlan says, my sister was afraid that I might get into an accident, so she gave me a precious protective item left by our ancestors. Jiang Jue says, what kind of amazing treasure is it? Tu Shanlan says, of course it is. How can I tell you? Do you think Aining is a stupid fox? Jiang Jue says, you must be bragging. Your sister is so powerful, how could she not find you? Tu Shanlan says, Aining is not bragging. I have sneaked into my sister's bedroom several times. My sister never found me. Jiang Jue says, it's not impossible for me to go and give you a lecture, but your sister has a bad temper. If she knew that I left here without permission, I would end up in a terrible situation. But, if you could help me a little, then it's not impossible for me to go with you even if I risk being punished by your sister. At night, we see Tu Shanlan with something in her mouth, and she hides it, and starts walking somewhere. Then we see Jiang Jue who is making some kind of drawing and he says, "Now I feel much more at ease." At night, Fox Immortal Palace. We see Tu Shanlan and ice is coming out of her body which shocks both of them. And Jian says, "Is that day coming again?" Tu Shanlan says, "Go over there." After some time, they start walking somewhere. And then Tu Shanlan feels something and Jian asks her if there is any problem, and Tu Shanlan thinks, something seems to be wrong, maybe I am too suspicious, and she opens the stone gate and goes inside. But before leaving she asks both of them to protect this place. And both of them agree. And Tu Shanlan goes inside. Jiang Jue is secretly watching all these things, and he thinks, just now, Tu Shanlan glanced over here from a distance, and I almost thought I had been exposed. It seems that the treasure on Tu Shanlan is indeed magical. Tu Shanlan says, "Why is my sister here? Nu is here too. Charlatan, what evil plan are you planning?" Jiang Jue quickly shuts Rena's mouth and asks her to be quiet. And he says, "Feng Jiannu is right there. If she hears us, we'll be in trouble." Tu Shanlan says, "Don't worry, I have a hidden treasure on me. She can't find us." Jiang Jue says, "You, are you sure? Why don't you look over there?" Tu Shanlan says, "Of course, this is a unique treasure in heaven and on earth." Just then Jian feels something and she stands up. But she quickly comes towards the bushes. Seeing this, Tu Shanlan gets shocked and she says, "What? Were we discovered? This is impossible." Then Jian attacks with a sword and both of them get very scared. But that attack doesn't hit them but hits some people behind them. Jiang Jue gets surprised seeing this and he says, "No, what was that sound just now?" Then we see Dihao and Snake. And Snake says, "Throughout my life, I have escaped death from the hands of the great sage several times, thanks to my ability to conceal myself. I never thought that my true identity would be revealed today. Lord Xianxia, your reputation is indeed as expected." Tu Shanlan says, "These people are really haunting." Jiang Jue says, "Do you recognize these people?" Tu Shanlan says, "They are an envoy from the Dahuang territory. I heard that the leader is some young master, but he still wants to propose marriage to my elder sister. Ugh! He is worse than you, a charlatan." Jiang Jue thinks, it seems like I'm not the only one who wants to cause trouble when Tu Shanlan's hidden illness breaks out. It's just such a secret matter. Where did these people get the information? Dihao says, "Since Lord Xianxia is guarding here, it seems that the news is true. His Majesty, is her hidden illness causing she to retreat here?" Huanu says, "Dihao, you are so brave. How did you learn about His Majesty's hidden illness?" Both of them are surprised to hear this. And Tu Shanlan says, "You teamed up with foreigners to harm my sister?" Jiang Jue says, "How is that possible? I'm your brother-in-law. Don't you think that if we didn't really love each other, your sister would forcefully take me back to Tushan and force me to marry her?" Dihao says, "Is it still meaningful to ask this now? After I have stolen the true essence of the heavenly demon lord, I will take charge of Tushan. Let's have a good chat with the two beauties." Huanu says, "It's really beautiful to think about. But I still suggest that young master first stay under Nu and survive tonight." And she snaps her fingers, due to which vines start growing from under the ground which trap them. Jian and Huanu quickly move forward to attack them. But Dihao laughs and says, "Naive, do you think a mere magic vine can trap me, the Golden Crow young master? After all, they are just two maids." But then Jian comes behind him and she attacks him saying, "I hope the young master doesn't mind that Tushan's maid is too rude." And she attacks them many times. But at the right time Dihao burns the vine, due to which he is able to escape from Jian attack. And seeing all this, Jiang Jue thinks, so strong. With Nu here, there shouldn't be any problems. And then Snake says, "Lord Xianxia, why don't I come and meet you?" And he comes in his original form. And Snake is about to swallow Jian. And there is an explosion at that place, seeing which Dihao becomes very happy. and Hua Nu starts smiling. And we see that Jiang Nu removes her mask and she says, "The old man is quite energetic." Snake sees that Jiang Nu is standing right above him. And Jiang Nu says, "But if you want to be my opponent, please hold on a little longer." Then Jiang Nu puts her sword on Snake's head. And she slashes him multiple times. And Snake falls on the ground, and he says, "Well, Lord Xianxian, why are you so powerful? I see. Have you already touched that threshold?" But then Snake stands up again and says, "He. So that's how it is. Since you have such great accomplishments, I feel ashamed that I am no match for you. But just one step away. You can't protect your master today." Hua Nu gets nervous when she looks at the mirror. She doesn't understand what kind of mirror it is. And Tu Shanlan gets nervous and says, "What's up with that mirror? It looks so spooky." A voice comes from the mirror, "Please show your holiness, Lord." And we see a dangerous eye in the mirror. And Hua Nu thinks, "Not good. Xianxian is in danger." Jiang Nu feels something and she looks at her hand. Some energy is coming out from her hand. And Tu Shanlan says, "Why did Xianxian stand still in front of the mirror?" Jiang Jue says, "It's bad, the evil eye in the mirror had invaded her consciousness. Taking away her soul. Who on earth has such power?" Jiang Jue sees that Hua Nu moves forward to save Jiang Nu and she uses the vine. But then Di Hao comes in front of her, and he says, "Do you want to save that woman? So innocent." Then he attacks with fire. Hua Nu turns back and looks at the fire, and she understands that now the time of danger has come. And there is an explosion at that place. Then we see Jiang Nu who has come into the mirror world. And she is surprised to see this place, and she says, "Where is this? Is this an illusion created by that snake man? No. I have to get back to Hua Nu as soon as possible." Then someone says, "You are a great master of the sword, but you have been a slave for thousands of years. Are you willing?" There is a golden color shadow behind Jiang Nu, whom Jiang Nu attacks. But it has no effect, and that shadow laughingly says, "Why should Xianxian be angry? If I was willing to be a slave, how could you see me here? There are countless people in this world who want to see me but cannot. Only those with deep inner demons have the opportunity to see me." Jiang Nu asks, "Who are you after all?" So in answer to this the shadow says, "You can call me Mr. Mirror." Then we see the outside scene. Hua Nu has stopped Di Hao's fire using vines. And Jiang Jue is also seeing all this, and he says that Hua Nu's vines. Did you block the fireball just now? I am afraid it's too early to be happy, judging from the battle situation just now. Among the two people, Hua Nu was not the main fighter. Di Hao and others prioritized controlling Feng Jiannu, who was probably premeditated. They may not be a match for Feng Jiannu, but they are definitely not ordinary people. The Golden Crows belongs to fire and Huanu belongs to wood, so they are naturally incompatible. After Feng Jiannu was controlled, the outcome of this battle. It's destined. Di Hao says, "Hey," I said, "how long are you going to lie down? A quick battle, and everyone's true colors will be revealed." Jiang Jue thinks, "Why, those people are not dead yet." Di Hao orders all those wolves to tear that woman to pieces. Huanu says, "I see. It seems like you guys have already taken Ernu into account. Despicable villain. I won't let you succeed." Huanu attacks all the wolves with a vine, and kills many of them. And ties many wolves with the vine. And then Snake moves forward to attack Huanu, which Huanu notices. And Snake attacks Huanu with his poison, which Huanu tries to stop with the help of the vine. And Snake laughingly says, "Lord Huanu, snake venom tastes good, right? If I'm not mistaken, the vines are connected to the source of your spiritual power. Even if the vines resist, the snake venom will invade your body." Then Di Hao attacks Huanu with fire, due to which Huanu gets injured. And seeing this, both Jiang Jue and Tu Shanlan were shocked. Tu Shanlan wants to go to help Huanu, but Jiang Jue says, "Come back to me. Don't you understand? If we rush out openly, it would be like seeking death." We see Huanu, the one who is feeling extreme pain, his whole body is injured. Seeing this, Jiang Jue thinks, this is not a good thing. As a last resort, I can only use that. Snake says, young master, go and give her the final blow. The purpose of this trip is to obtain the origin of the heavenly demon lord. Huan Nu says, you don't offend, my lord. Dihao says, ridiculous. You still want to get up. You are obviously just a servant. Since you are so desperate, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Jiang Jue puts Tu Shanlan down and he thinks, I can only activate that formation. Those who are about to fight, all line up and march forward. 8 evil formations start. Jiang Jue activates the formation. Seeing which, Dihao stops right there. He does not understand anything. What is happening here? Then he sees that white mist starts spreading all around. And Huan Nu says, this sudden fog, is there someone setting up a formation here? Snake says, hateful, with such thick fog, it's hard to see the road ahead. Dihao thinks, which expert did this? Tu Shanlan says, charlatan, I did not expect you to have this skill. With this visibility, Huan Nu should be saved, right? Jiang Jue says, don't worry, Huan Nu is not in danger for the time being. In this formation, no one can see clearly except me. Tu Shanlan says, that's great. Let's go find Huan Nu and the others. Jiang Jue says, I'm afraid I can't go with you to find Huan Nu now. Because I have another important matter to deal with. Then Jiang Jue throws Tu Shanlan in the mist and he says, my apologies. And Tu Shanlan says, Jiang Jue, you are really a liar. Jiang Jue quickly starts moving inside the stone gate, and he thinks, I'm sorry everyone, but I must take this opportunity to find the demon lord. So cold. What's going on in this cave? It's full of frost. What on earth is she doing in there? Oh. She wouldn't go crazy in there, would she? If I leave now, I will still be dead on the wedding day. I have to go in. Success or failure depends on this one move. As soon as Jiang Jue goes inside, he is surprised to see the view in front of him. Because Tu Shanlan is lying on a bed and there is a puppet in front of her, which looks exactly like Jiang Jue. And Tu Shanlan says, baby, you know this place is covered with ice and snow and there is nothing in it. I'm so bored alone. You just lie here without saying a word. If you keep doing this, I will use magic to freeze you into a popsicle. Humph. Jiang Jue gets surprised and he thinks, oh my god, that puppet. Then Tu Shanlan's attention goes towards Jiang Jue and she asks, who are you? And Jiang Jue thinks, is this still the demon Lord.Tu Shanlan that I know? She is actually playing with puppets, and this stupid look. Has she lost her mind? Jiang Jue says, what? What baby? Who is your baby? And where did that thing in your hand come from? Then Tu Shanlan uses her tail, and pulls Jiang Jue towards her and hugs him. And she says, hey, good baby. Jiang Jue thinks this is inappropriate. Jiang Jue says, what baby? Does she treat me as a toy? Her body is so cold. Could this be Tu Shanlan's hidden illness? Once an attack occurs, the patient will lose his mind, just like a 3 or 4-year-old child. It seems that Qi Hongtan's speculation is indeed true. Tu Shanlan is a person with 2 souls. The main soul is the demon queen, and the secondary soul is the innocent child we see now. Every month when the moon is full, let the secondary soul control the body for 1 night. Just then something starts happening to Tu Shanlan. And Jiang Jue does not understand what is going to happen now. Just then he feels something and he thinks, the main soul has not yet completely left. Oh no! I need to wake up. And then Tu Shanlan regains consciousness. But when she sees Jiang Jue so close to her, she gets angry, and she slaps Jiang Jue so hard, due to which Jiang Jue falls away. And he thinks, this woman wants to kill me. Tu Shanlan looks at Jiang Jue with angry eyes and she says, who allowed you to set foot here? Jiang Jue thinks, damn it. I can't do anything about it. Is this the end? But then Tu Shanlan again loses control over herself. And the main soul comes out from inside her, and she starts fainting. Then she slowly opens her eyes. And Jiang Jue thinks, is the second soul back again. Tu Shanlan says, Baby, why are you lying on the ground? The ground is cold, let's go to bed. Jiang Jue thinks, oh God. If I am guilty, please punish me with the law. Then Jiang Jue feels something strange and he reaches a different place. And he says, what's going on? My body is sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It's like two currents of warmth and coldness are constantly flowing into my body. Wait. These two forces restrain and counteract each other within my body. Seems to be helpful for my healing practice. Which expert is helping me? No matter what, I was badly injured by Tu Shanlan just now. Healing is the most important thing. I will accept these two streams of true energy without hesitation. Suck it for me. Fortunately, these two streams of true energy not only saved my life, it also made my small cycle complete, and I officially entered the 7th level of canon left. Strange, who is helping me? Then Jiang Jue opens his eyes and sees Tu Shanlan lying next to him. Also, both of them are not wearing clothes. Jiang Jue gets shocked and says, You? Why are you not wearing any clothes? What on earth have you done to me? I was originally still A. Tu Shanlan comes close to Jiang Jue and she says, so this is what you meant. Because you kept saying you were hot, baby, I took it off for you. I feel so cool. Just right for cooling baby down. Yes, if you don't believe me, come and touch it. Jiang Jue thinks, could it be that the cold air I just absorbed? It's Tu Shanlan's demon saint essence. Jiang Jue says, no need, be good and don't expose your body. I'll help you find some clothes. Jiang Jue thinks, what was that warm current just now? Hey, there are so many fire stones inlaid in this bed. Could this be a warm jade bed? I see. This warm jade bed should have been placed here intentionally by Tu Shanlan to suppress the coldness in the body, and I broke into this place and accidentally absorbed the demon saint essence leaked by Tu Shanlan, and also absorbed the fire essence power of this warm jade bed. Anyway, this fire essence stone is worth a fortune. It's like sleeping on a gold mountain. Jiang Jue has fully dressed Tu Shanlan. But Tu Shanlan says, yay. Tell a story. Tell a story. Jiang Jue says, hey. Hands off. A man and woman need to keep a proper distance. Behave yourself. What story to tell? This story. Children should not listen to this story. Besides, isn't this the book I wrote when I was free? How come you have collected it too? Tu Shanlan says, no, I want to listen to this. Jiang Jue says, no wonder Tu Shanlan wants to lock you up here. You really don't have the ability to protect yourself with your IQ. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. During the Song dynasty, there was a romantic young man with a surname of Shiman and a given name of Qing. The story is long, but we don't have much time. Right, Lord Demon. When you wake up, everything will be different. Before that I have to perform that magic. The system says whether to use blood contract. Jiang Jue says yes. And the system says the target's soul is too powerful. Should I consume destiny points to forcefully perform blood contract? So Jiang Jue says yes. And the system starts consuming Jiang Jue's destiny points. And Jiang Jue thinks this will be successful? Or not? But then the system says, host has been successfully bound via destiny points. Your blood contract has been bound to the Demon Lord. On the other hand, now the smoke starts clearing slowly. And Dihao thinks, has the fog finally cleared? Snake says the young master took this opportunity to quickly enter the stone gate. If we wait until dawn, once the Demon Lord wakes up, we will have no chance of winning. Dihao says, I want you to talk too much. Just then Huanu comes there and says, what? You didn't think the Tu Shan clan was all dead, did you? Dihao. You listen to me. Before Shi Huanu is crushed to pieces, you can't even take a single step into the stone gate. Dihao says, I thought you had escaped in the fog. Are you still not giving up? It really succeeded in exhausting my patience. Huanu gets scared and thinks, no. We have to stop him. Then she attacks with vines. But Dihao starts flying and he slowly comes back to his original form, which is a golden crow. And Huanu says, how dare the little flower demon act rashly in front of the golden crow. Now Huanu has started having problems. And Di Hao says, overestimating yourself. Let's go now. The true fire within me alone is enough for you to handle. Di Hao starts burning Hua Nu with fire, due to which Hua Nu starts screaming in pain. And Di Hao says, Humph, you know you are no match for me, right? What? Do you want to delay the war until the Demon Lord wakes up? Wishful thinking. Di Hao makes a final attack to kill Hua Nu. But then Jiang Jue comes and he says, who dares to bully the women of my family? And he activates a formation, 8-way array. Heaven and earth. Di Hao gets surprised that who has come just now. Hua Nu also looks back and she sees that Jiang Jue has come to save her. But she thinks, when did he enter the stone gate? Jiang Jue goes to Hua Nu and says, thank you for your hard work and suffering. Hua Nu thinks, could it be that the white mist formation just now was also created by him? Di Hao says, who are you? A mere human cultivator. How dare you interfere with the affairs of my demon clan? Are you tired of living? Hua Nu says, oh, young master, do you want to know who this person is? Then listen to me carefully. This person is none other than my master, Demon Lord's future husband. Di Hao says, it turns out to be you. I'd like to see what you're going to use to compete with me. Jiang Jue gets ready to use his power and says, 8 evil spirits, lend me your divine power. Dangerous lightning falls on Di Hao from the sky, due to which he starts feeling extreme pain. And Jiang Jue also attacks the remaining demons, in which Snake is also present. And Snake thinks, what kind of method is this? Could it be immortal life? Jiang Jue says, the young master of the Golden Crow, Di Hao, right? Let the farce stop here. Dragon Tail Judgment. And then the Dragon Tail Judgment appears in front of Di Hao. And he says, What's going on? My body is out of control. And Jiang Jue increases his power further to kill Di Hao, due to which Di Hao starts feeling a lot of pain and starts screaming. And Snake thinks, what? The young master's cultivation was completely destroyed. Wait. Is that a heavenly weapon? I have to evacuate as soon as possible and report this to that lord. Jiang Jue says it's time to end it. But the system tells him, system prompt, War Ninghost wants to cancel the blood contract. Jiang Jue gets shocked and his Dragon Tail Judgment gets destroyed. And Hua Nu does not understand anything that just happened, and blood starts oozing out of Jiang Jue's mouth, and she tells the system prompt, failed to release the blood contract. Just then Tu Shanlan comes out of the stone gate, and some blood is oozing out of her mouth too. And she says, look what good things you have done. Hua Nu says, Your Majesty. You're finally in seclusion. Di Hao thinks, what? What? The Demon Lord is in seclusion. We have to escape quickly. Di Hao now tries to escape, but how can Tu Shanlan let him escape so easily? And she comes in front of Di Hao and she says, Di Hao of the Dahuang clan, what gives you the courage to challenge me? Do you know that I am the king of the kingdom of monsters, the master of all demons? And very easily Tu Shanlan kills Di Hao. Jiang Jue is surprised to see this. And Tu Shanlan says, did you see it clearly? Do you think your little tricks are useful? You think you're in this life. Can you still escape from my clutches alive?